world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports, ahoy. Let's see how this goes. You know, every time we sort of pop back after a little bit of a break, things go a little bit haywire, potentially, but hopefully, fingers crossed, we're all sorted and all the audio's all good and everything, and you'll be quick to let us know in the chat room anyway, I'm sure. So, how's everybody doing there? I see DJ Shack there, ahoy DJ Shack, and Caleb, ahoy there. And we are joined by the old Panther once again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to a big day of stats.
Stats, and of course your Panthers are on later today.
They are, yep. I might even watch that game.
Yep. They should get the win there, you would think.
Newcastle have been a bit of a bokey team over the years, haven't they? It doesn't seem to matter where they are relative to each other in the on the table. The Newcastle Penrith games are generally pretty good, tight games. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm still confident.
Yeah, I think they should get it done. Quite easily. Not as easily as things are going in the cricket at the moment. I realise this is not a cricket podcast, but geez, there'll be some interesting conversations about that. Well, anyways, in the sport that this is mainly a podcast about, the footy, the NRL, we are around about the halfway point. Round 15, well, a little bit over the halfway point. So I thought that it would be a good time to just throw out, for a little bit of banter, a little bit of fun, a bit of a mid-season report card. And so that can include all the sorts of things about who's going well, who's not going well, and where we think things may end up at the end of the season. So I suppose the very obvious question is... they said that 2 in a row would be near impossible. They said that 3 in a row is impossible. And now they're saying the same thing about 4 in a row. They're doing it a little bit more tough this year, the Panthers, but I would say they're still pretty well on track. But let's ask a Panthers supporter. I think track for the 4th.
They can do it. It will be difficult because there are some challenges out there this year, aren't there? Like the Tigers have come good at the right time. They've had a win, and Parramatta, Luke Lewis reckons they've still got some wins in them, and they've had that grand final experience. So anything can happen, can't it? But I think Penrith will put in a good show. It'll be tough to win 4 in a row, but I think they'll be up there.
Oh, they'll definitely be up there. Yeah, 100%. I still have the Panthers as the favourites, in the short term at least. I think they're still the team to beat. There are a couple of teams floating around that I think will have the capabilities of beating them, but it's only a couple. And at full strength, the Panthers, I think, are still the team to beat. Really cannot stress enough just how much they're missing Stephen Crichton, though.
Absolutely. He's I think he's been the biggest loss recently, hasn't he?
He's the one where you certainly look at and go, okay, they're starting to look a little bit light on now. As players continue to leave, that's where they're starting to look a little bit light, really missing Stephen Crichton. Because they seem to have every other position covered, but Stephen Crichton and his contributions, invaluable.
Absolutely. And I agree with you. Like you said, there was a lot of plaudits for Nathan Cleary in last year's grand final, but really it was Crichton that set up a lot of that with plays leading up to when Nathan could do something, wasn't it?
That's it, yeah. The set restarts that Crichton directly contributed to at the back end of the game. Yep. Cleary doesn't have a chance to weave that magic if Crichton doesn't step up and do what he did in that grand final. And also, if you go back to who was the person that took the intercept that swung the grand final against South Sydney?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yes, he's a big loss. Probably their biggest loss. So we're agreeing that Panthers probably still the team to beat?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. As I mentioned to you off air, listening to the ABC earlier, Luke Lewis reckons the Storm are the team that could trouble them, and you agreed with that. So he reckons there's players to come back, and it's the same with Penrith. There's players to come back yet, and neither side has had their top team on the field, and yet they're both up there.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. I mean, at the moment, I would say that the Storm are full of strength. Is that a word? They've got most players available out of those two teams, but you've got Munster still to come back, and that'll make a world of difference. But they're flying high at the moment, the Storm, regardless of the outs. Hey, Hellfire, Paintball, Salt Ash. Ahoy there, mate. And Mel, ahoy there. Today's topic is mid-season review, Mel. And we've only just begun. We've only just started chatting about it, and we've gone, is anybody going to defeat the Panthers, or are they going to get the 4th premiership? And we've pretty much just agreed that they are the team to beat. And I was about to get into teams that are capable of beating them. Now, I've got, obviously, Melbourne. And I would have to say the Roosters as well, even though they were a little bit shaky last night. I think that they'll be there or thereabouts at the back end as well. And everybody else probably capable of getting a win on their day, but basically they're just making up the numbers, in my opinion. Everyone else. So you've got Panthers, Storm, and maybe even a little bit of daylight to the Roosters. And those are the teams, I think. I said right from the start of the year, the Broncos, they'll not be able to overcome the loss of Farnworth, Flegler, and Capewell, 3 of their standout players last season. Very responsible for them getting to the finals in the first place. I mean, we know what Payne Haas can do, Payne in the Haas. We know what he's capable of, but I actually think it was Flegler leading that forward pack around last season, and Capewell's penetration up the middle, they just don't have this season, the Broncos. And obviously they're hard to judge at the moment, because if you lose your playmaker, well, we all know what that's like. All our teams have lost a playmaker. Sean Johnson's been sitting out for a while. Nico Hines has been in and out of the team. Nathan's been in and out of the team. So we all know what it's like when you lose your playmaker, but the Broncos, they just haven't responded to that. So right from the start of the season, I've not considered them a threat. I'm actually shocked that they're still such short price for the premiership, the Broncos. And Andrew Johns still reckons that they're the team to beat. He even said on one of the many things that he's on the other week, he said, oh, look, I think Brisbane, when they get their players back, they'll still be the team to beat. And I wonder if he had a cheeky little line or two in the dressing room before he said that. Because, quite ridiculous, I thought. There you go. Mel agrees with me. Don't think the Broncos are that good either. Yeah, the Broncos are an interesting one. They just went on a little bit of a purple patch last year on the back of, and people are probably sick of me saying it, but on the back of all their home games that they had. And they've got them again this year, but yeah, dude, really, really cannot stress enough. I mean, losing Herbie Farnworth was like the Panthers losing Stephen Crichton. Just an irreplaceable player in their back line. And Selwyn Cobbo's come in and he's doing a valiant job, but he's not a centre. Big Selwyn. But then again, he's probably not a winger either.
So you've have you gone off the 2016 field for Cronulla?
Yeah, that was just something I after a couple of big wins, it was just something you were starting to get the vibe, but I think they're still a little bit off. Now, I said here on Wasted Water Sports, I said 2 years ago when we first restarted, I said the Sharks, yeah, they're probably a couple of years off. If they can keep this squad together, they'll be a couple of years off being a premiership threat. Now, they have managed to keep the squad together. It's now been a couple of years, so I did get a little excited when they knocked off the Roosters at Suncorp, a place where they traditionally don't play very well at all, and then to back that up with a victory over the Broncos at Suncorp, again, a team that, again, we don't usually go too well against. Yeah, there's positive signs of beating Melbourne in Melbourne. I mean, that just doesn't happen. They were under strength, yes, but so were we that night. So, yeah, there were some really positive signs there. It was matching up with my timeline that I had set. But, yeah, I think there's still a little bit of a soft underbelly there at the Sharks. I mean, this is not a hang crap on Nico discussion, but he's still a couple of years off himself, I think. He hasn't developed at the speed I guess we would have liked, especially in those big games and those big moments. And even the other night, he had a tough conversation. He had a tough conversion from the sideline that would have sent it into Golden Point. And it's not the fact that he missed, because it was a tough kick. So it's not the fact that he missed. It's the fact that the pressure was on. He's been kicking at over 80%, like I think even in the 90s% successful conversion rate all season long. When the pressure was on, difficult kick, but he wasn't even close. And that says to me the pressure of that kick, the pressure of that moment, like he wasn't even close. I called it during the live stream that it wouldn't have even gone over if there were 10 posts side by side with each other. So, DJ Shaq, ahoy, mate. Sharks are a good team on their day. I wouldn't write them off, says Mel. I'm certainly not writing them off. Look, they'll finish in the 8. 100%. They'll finish in the 8. And from there, as we've seen, anything can happen if you finish in the 8. But I just don't. Yeah, I think they're a couple of years off. Next year, the forwards are going to get a big lift with Fanua Blake coming in. So I'm looking forward to that. That should fix a few things up in the forwards. Yeah, but I don't think they're a premiership threat. They'll certainly be in the finals, though, unless something catastrophic happens. They'll certainly finish in the 8. So, anyway, who got me started on that?
Me.
Oh, okay. That's all right. Off on a rant and a tangent I went. Well, I suppose that's my Sharks mid-season report card. They're just there or thereabouts, but I don't think they're quite ready yet to cross that threshold. So we've done our premiership threats. What about player of the year so far, if you had to give the award? I'm happy to start if you like.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a pretty... Sorry about that. One of the dogs tried to get the old Panthers drink. So, what about... Okay, DJ Shaq has got a topic. Let's talk about bad teams.
Bad teams.
Well, since I've already started on Player of the Year, I probably should finish. Otherwise, I might forget to come back to it. Hands down for me, Player of the Year so far, Dylan Edwards. And I'm fairly certain that he's on top of the Dally M leaderboard as of when they stopped counting publicly. They haven't stopped counting. They've stopped revealing it publicly, I think.
Have they?
Already. Yeah. Well, there's a certain point in the season where they stop releasing the numbers to the public.
Yep.
so that they can manipulate it at the back end if they need to and give it to Kalen Ponga.
They have to do that.
Yeah. So who knows? Kalen Ponga could come back and win it again. We'll never know because they don't release the...
But is Billy Slater still eligible?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. He might get Coach of the Year.
Possibly.
So, yeah, Player of the Year for mine, Dylan Edwards. Mr. Reliable. Hardly ever makes a mistake. And if he does, he makes up for it. More than makes up for it. So...
Apparently he's playing today.
Oh, right. Oh, that's good.
They want to see how he moves after that quad injury.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good, yeah, because I should imagine he'll be in the Origin squad. It's disappointing for him that he didn't get a chance to show his wares at representative level in the Origin, in his natural position. I know that he's played wing for the Kangaroos, but I'd like to see him at rep level, at fullback, where he belongs, where he plays, week in, week out. Yeah, so...
And do his job. Is now the time to mention the meters that he runs?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. That
we looked up some stats yesterday. Dan and I, we looked up some stats. You can check. There are some stats on the NRL website.
He's been extremely generous, by the way. I didn't do squat.
Well, I had your email address to send it. But I did get these from Zero Tackle. Interesting website to have a look at. And you see that all run meters. Dylan Edwards is at the top of the table there. 11 games, 2,560 metres at an average of 232.73 each game. That's a pretty fair effort, isn't it? Nearly 3 football fields that he runs in all run metres. And the surprising thing about that stat was the player with the highest average metres per game is actually Brian To'o.
Right.
Yeah. And Scott Drinkwater is next, 15 games, 291 runs. Oh, that's runs, not metres.
Yep.
Yeah. But Dylan Edwards also has the highest kick return metres, 1,186 metres. That's the highest when you look at all the players. So he's done pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, even taking into account that you would probably expect a fullback to have the most run meters because they're there for the kick returns and all that sort of thing, but that's still some impressive numbers there. So we're in agreement. Dylan Edwards, Player of the Year so far.
Yeah, and I did put up my Player of the Year to you yesterday, which it may yet happen. Appy Curacao.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Had an opportunity to lay a claim for hooker for State of Origin, and because of the shortage of players they have at the Tigers, he moved to halfback.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they had their win, and so I suppose. It's not impossible that he may put a claim in for halfback at State of Origin.
Yeah, I suppose so. honest question without laughing. I giggled already. I can't even read it. Yeah, look, okay, so Mel's question is honest question. Speaking of Player of the Year, do you think Reece Walsh will be a superstar in his late 20s? Well, here's the thing, Mel. I mean, there's any number of players out there who are capable, and he certainly has a thing that you can't be taught: speed. You can't teach speed. Yeah, there's some training, not training drills, but there are exercises you can do to build up your leg muscles and stuff like that, and techniques to make yourself a little bit faster. But natural speed, you can't teach that. And he's got that. And that is a great advantage for any young player. there's obviously a lot that he has to work on. Obviously, we all know what bothers me is the way that they talk about him. They being the media and the commentators and that. They talk about him like he's already there, and he ain't nowhere near it. He's nowhere near that level that they talk about him at, and that's what frustrates me. I can appreciate what these former players see. They're former professionals and superstars themselves, so they obviously see something in him, and I'm not going to question that. I don't have the right to question that because these guys have all been there, done it. They know what to look for. It just really infuriates me, frustrates me no end when they talk about him like he's here already. He might not ever get there. I mean, who's that bloke from the Titans that was the next best thing? Superstar in the making. Ash Taylor? Is that his name?
Ash, yeah. Yeah, Wally Lewis liked him.
Do you hear that name anymore?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, well, I just said it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Ash Taylor, he had some injury issues, didn't he?
Yeah.
That can muck things up.
Yep. Look, all these concussions and everything that Reece Walsh is copying, that could dent his confidence. I mean, anything can happen. So, yeah, but the question overall, could he? Yeah, absolutely. There's a number of players as well that could be the future superstars of the game. Richard Trainer says, Reece Walsh, sorry, overrated. Hey, no need to apologise around here for saying that, mate. It's all I ever bang on about every week.
Well, I think he will be eventually. Kevin Walters identified the main issue during the year, and it's something that you've spoken about in streaming, and that's the error rate. Oh. And he just has to address that and learn when to not try to pass the ball, things like that. Yeah, I think he will be eventually.
Interesting. DJ Shack has asked who gets the title for the biggest red flag team in terms of discipline. Well, I think after last night, you'd have to say the Roosters, wouldn't you? The Roosters really, I don't know if you watched the game or not, the Eels-Roosters game, but they went through a little period there where they completely went off the boil. So it's 16 points all, right? And Lindsay Collins for the Roosters is tackled, and his arm sort of goes back into the in goal, and the ball touches the ground. And the referee has rightfully said goal line dropout. Big Lindsay Collins, I mean, you know Lindsay Collins, the big Queensland forward that's got a head like Herman Munster. Anyway, he gets up, tosses the ball down, fires up, and we obviously didn't pick up what he said, but it couldn't have been good because immediately he gets up, he's gone beetroot red, and he screams something at the referee. I can imagine something about fudge and joking. And straight away, penalty for dissent right in front of the posts. Parramatta take the 2 lead, 18 points to 16. Could have cost his team the game. So, and it kind of, they had situations where you've got Big Jared, Warrior Hargreaves in the team, and he can have a brain explosion or two. You've got Victor Radley, who is targeted by the referees, even if it's not necessarily his fault. So I think I'd have to give that to the Roosters. But, I mean, do we have something there that's related to penalties at all? Or is I think the stats...
Yeah, well, I did check a couple of things.
Yeah. Is there anything that would be relevant to this
Absolutely,
topic?
What you've just brought up.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me go through here. Keep talking, and I'll find them.
So, yeah, that's a good one, DJ Shack. That'd be my choice. Just... Yeah. I don't know if this could be relevant. I don't know if this could be relevant as well, but DJ Shack, one that we missed during the Reece Walsh conversation, was a lot of people forget that Walsh has a quietly poor disciplinary record. Did I say that right? I don't think I said that right. Disciplinary record. Origin 2, sent off for striking. Round 12, 2023, shoulder charge. Round 18, 2023, suspended 3 games, contrary conduct.
Yes, getting back to the Roosters.
Oh,
one of the questions that Dan asked me to organise was, or an answer to organise, was the surprise of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had actually Jared Warrior-Hargraves, the surprise of the year. As far as I can tell, he's only been put on report once so far. And I had to go back through each game to check, and you've got to give the coach his due. He's figured out how to keep Hargraves under control, and he only puts him on for 40 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, so he's only got half the chance of being reported. Yeah.
That reminds me of sort of in the wrestling. The AEW have reported an increase in pay-per-view buys for 2024, but they've also increased the amount of pay-per-views that they put on.
Yeah.
But they leave that part out in the report. Bob C, ahoy, mate. He knows he won't play a single game if he does the same over there. Who are we talking about? Jared's preparing for the Super League. Yeah. I missed the first part of that.
Yeah, somebody was saying yesterday on the ABC that the Titans' discipline is a bit of a worry, team discipline, and that's what cost them the game yesterday. So maybe they come in there amongst the red flags.
Is that still okay for you if I move the chat over here? Yeah, that's much better. I won't miss any chats now, hopefully. I've missed quite a few. I apologise. Yeah, so Big Jared's off to the Super League, eh? I'll tell you something. If we're talking about players I dislike, which we were just before, somebody who has gone to Super League and is absolutely tearing it up, and I see these highlights and some of the games, and I go, son of a bitch, couldn't have played like this when he was at the Sharks. Matt Moylan is gone to Super League and is an absolute superstar. What's the deal with that? Players who are just really piss poor average in the NRL seem to go over to Super League and light it up.
Might be the cooler weather.
Who knows what it is? Oh, he's bowled him. Sorry, I've got the cricket on in the background as well. Oh, that tip tackle last night.
Tit tackle?
There was a tip tackle last night. I don't know how he stayed on the field, the bloke that did it.
Oh, they used to call them like a pile driver or something, didn't they? Or...
Yeah, it wasn't quite that bad because
spear tackle.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that bad because he lifted him and released him. He didn't follow through, and maybe that's the only thing that saved him was he didn't follow through and drive the head into the turf. Mm. Mel says, who is the most favoured team this season by the refs?
It depends. It depends what supporter thing, Facebook page you look at, doesn't it?
Yeah, honestly, it depends who you go for. All kinds of things. Like watching the Warriors Melbourne game the other day, and we've got a lot of Warriors supporters here at the Wasted World of Sports. And they were blowing up big time about the referee, and I'm just sort of calling the game as a neutral and going, yeah, I mean some of them fair enough. I think some of the calls, yep, fair enough.
Well, I'm not sure who it was, but earlier on in the chat, I think a valid point has been raised. It might have been Mel mentioned that the referee went over to New Zealand on the same plane as the Storm. So, shout a couple of drinks maybe. And
Yeah, who knows? Well, I did actually say in the pre-game to that Storm Warriors game, I did actually say in recent history, there's not a lot of... It's not a very big sample size. There's only been a couple of games, but the last two games between the Warriors and the Storm that were officiated by A. Sutton, so not Gerard, not necessarily Gerard, but the other one, because there's a couple of Suttons that have been floating around in the referee circles. Yeah, the last time was by the other Sutton, and Melbourne won 50 points to 18 or something. And then prior to that, with the same Sutton that was refereeing this weekend's game, Melbourne won 70 points to 8 or something. So whenever Sutton's been in charge of a match between the Warriors and the Storm have flogged, basically, is what I took out of that. So I had tipped the Warriors, but I did say in the pre-game, Sutton's the referee, so I wouldn't be surprised if Melbourne won just based on that history, with a fairly small sample size, in fairness, but maybe even with a small sample size is still relevant, just based on some of what we saw. Richard Trainer says Super League is where the money is. I know of this when I was younger. I was picked up by the Bradford Bulls. Is that right? So are you rich? Are you Richard by name? Rich by... Don't know how to finish that off.
Nature.
Rich by nature.
Yeah, Richard, what was the pathway to get to Bradford Bulls? Did you played in Queensland Cup or New South Wales Cup? Or? This always intrigues me because of my time involved with the Scorpions. There were some good players there that you think I just have to have the right bloke spot them, and
yeah, that's exactly right.
They can come through.
People are calling on Webster to address the ref's performance, but of course he won't. You know what you need? You need Ricky Stewart.
Yeah, Ricky or Desi.
Yeah, they won't hold back.
Yeah, or bring back two.
No, well, Andrew Webster's too nice a bloke. He won't come out and say anything.
It costs too much money, doesn't it, to say anything these days?
I've often said that if I were a coach in the NRL, I would pretty much be working for free.
Yes.
DJ Shack says, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Sea Eagles can leapfrog a bunch of teams if they win here. I don't know about a bunch, but
that's how tight the middle of the table is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. 100% right. They will leapfrog three. Okay. Well, three's a bunch.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll jump over they'll knock the Broncos out of the 8 with a win. By the way, just dig it into the Broncos supporters a little bit more. They'll be temporarily out of the 8 if the Sea Eagles get the win. So we got onto the topic very, very briefly. Surprise of the year
was Jared.
Yours was Jared.
Yep.
And I'll just highlight this message from Richard so we can come back to it.
Yeah.
My surprise of the year, because the surprise can be a positive or a negative thing, or a good surprise or a bad surprise. My surprise of the year really has been how truly awful the Rabbitohs have been up until now. Yeah, so that'd be my vote for surprise of the year, the South Sydney Rabbitohs, and just how surprisingly awful they've been. So Richard has said New South Wales Cup played for Roosters Jersey Flegg in under-21s, but my cousin played for Bradford. went over when I was 16 and played in their reserve grades.
Well done, Richard.
Yeah.
You've done a lot more than some of us have done.
That's it.
Yeah, I've often been quite envious of fellas who could ply their trade like that. I was never any good. I wasn't big enough, I wasn't strong enough, and I wasn't fast enough, and I didn't have a football brain. So it didn't leave me too many options.
But you got into coaching.
Yeah, well, that was all right. That was enjoyable. Yeah.
Old Panther, myself and Dan were having a conversation about how players' pants get pulled down, revealing a lot of the time colourful briefs or budgie smugglers. I'm not going to lie, it kind of got a bit cringe.
Well, D-Shack, speaking as a father, it does bother me that my boy is concerned and actually taking wages on how many times you'll see Tedesco's bottom. It's a bit of a worry. I got to admit, it's a bit of a worry.
Well, you can only blame yourself, Dad, because you were the one that got me into sports betting.
And apparently I was the one that got you interested in undies. Too. Oh, don't you remember that?
Oh, I remember that. That was one of my smartest moments. That I thought I was the Ducks nuts that night or that day.
Yeah. Well done, Richard.
Too many injuries, yeah. A lot of politics. Just like myself, he says, he's very over-opinionated on players and very critical with what they do, because I know that they can do a lot better than what they're doing out there.
And that would affect a player like Richard even more so than us, I suppose, wouldn't it? Because, well, I look at it and I think, well, I'm not capable of doing what these blokes do, but Richard, he got stuck with injuries and knew what he was capable of doing, but then couldn't do it.
Knew that he could. Yeah.
That would be really frustrating watching some of these fellas.
Oh, for sure.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of players that are probably frustrating for people who want to do it, Pangai Junior's back, hey? Tavita Pangai Junior's back.
I think that's wrong.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Like people who would love the opportunity. He's had the opportunity, said no thanks, gone, oh yeah, you know what? I'd like to come back. Come on.
Yeah, and what happens about his contract that he walked out on from Canterbury?
Yeah. Well, who was talking? It was probably Gus who was talking about it, and he didn't really get into it too much because he can't really, I suppose, get into it too much. But yeah, he was interested to know what happens with that. He's like, who picks that up? Does the new club pick that up, or? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Richard's actually been quite interested. I don't know how serious he's been about it, but he has a couple of times mentioned in the chat about co-hosting an episode.
Yep. I think that'd be good by the sounds of it.
Vopsy says he's already missed training, apparently. I really hope that's true. I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh, well, yeah, I heard about that. We're talking about Tavita Pangai. Yeah, apparently he called in sick. Yeah.
Wow. Not a good start then, hey?
Yeah, getting back to Richard, he's I think that would be good. It'd be good for both of you because he could get a few things off his chest by the looks of it.
He must have had the sniffles, says Vopsy. All right, so we've done Team of the Year, Player of the Year, Surprise of the Year.
Coach of the Year.
Coach of the Year.
Hands down, can I do first?
Yeah.
Hands down, Coach of the Year this year, Benji Marshall.
Oh,
He was the only coach out of all the NRL coaches that had the confidence to go on holidays mid-season. Benji Marshall.
Fair enough. I was going to say Cameron Ciraldo.
But he didn't go on holidays.
No.
He didn't have the confidence to go on holidays.
No.
No. Trent Robinson didn't have confidence to go on holidays. Benji had confidence to go on holidays.
I know, right? And
Coach of the Year.
And look at the consequence for Ciraldo for not going on holidays. His team's in the top 8.
And look at the consequence for Benji. They won.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Bellamy went on holidays.
Well, there you go. Nobody went crooked him.
You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare, I'm sure. No, I know. Bellamy, he's only a little fella, but I wouldn't want to get in his firing line, to be honest. Yeah, so I give it to Cameron Ciraldo, what he's doing there at the Bulldogs. It's taken a little longer than I anticipated, but it's all finally starting to come together over there, which leads in perfectly to another topic that I had, the signing of the year. It just goes hand in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Signing of the year, Stephen Crichton.
Yep.
Oh, he's dropped it. Australia are 5 for 180. They need 3 runs to win from 4 balls. The ball's gone high into the outfield. The Scottish fielder plants himself under it and spills it straight through the hands it went. And they're all having a good laugh because they realised they were never going to win anyway, but... Jeez. Yeah, so Cameron Ciraldo's finally turned things around there at the Bulldogs, and they're doing very good things.
Yeah, he came under a bit of fire last year, didn't he? Because one of the players complained about how hard he was training the players, and it seems to have, he's getting the fruits of it now. But that
guy's not there anymore, is he?
No, and he's backpedaled a bit on his complaints too. I think I
think he probably just wanted out, and that was the best way that he could muster up to do it, I suppose. Well, he got hold of that one. He didn't quite get hold of the last one. And Australia have defeated Scotland in the cricket, if that is of any surprise to anyone. So there you go. That just happened right now. Oh, 100% honourable mention to Josh Curran. Yeah, I forgot about him. Josh Curran over there in the Warriors. I mean, yeah. From the Warriors. Richard Trainer says the Dogs will win the championship in the next 5 years, and it will be more than one. Well, what they're building over there at the moment, I 100% agree, and I think it'll be sooner rather than later.
Yep. Success seems to follow Gus. It might take a couple of years after he's gone.
Yep.
But he seems to set up things, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing. Old Gus. Gussie Gould. So, I can't remember off the top of my head. That's why I really should write things down sometimes. I like to just go with the wind and let things just flow naturally. But sometimes I'm like, I really should write at least a couple of things down, at least the actual topics that I had in mind for the awards that I was going to give away. I think we did most of them though.
Yeah.
Team of the year, player of the year, surprise of the year, signing of the year,
coach.
Yeah.
Yep. Done all that.
Yep.
Yep. You've done well.
Worst player of the year.
I suppose now's
unfair. It's unfair.
Now's a good time to mention that maybe you could use that notepad and pen we got you for Christmas.
Yeah, I do, just not for this sort of thing. You've got some interesting statistics on errors and missed tackles and stuff like that, which I found interesting because the Broncos' woes at the moment could have a little something to do with these sorts of statistics.
Well, the main one, the missed tackles. It was really surprising that on top of the missed tackles count is Ezra Mam. In 13 games, he's missed 68 tackles and an average of 5.2. What am I looking at here? Missed tackles. 13 games, 68 missed tackles, 5.23 a game.
That is crazy.
And that's missed tackles, 5.23 a game, but his actual tackle count per game is only between 15 and 16, so he's missing one tackle every 3. And that's really surprising.
Yeah, because that's really bad.
Yeah, and when you compare that to Mitch Kenny, he's played 12 games at the time of these stats, missed 64 tackles, roughly the same average, but he completes 43 tackles a game over twice. Yeah, and similar with Api Kurasau. He's missed 61 tackles at an average again of 5.5, but he makes 39 or 40 every game. So, that was a surprising stat, wasn't it, about Ezra Mam?
Yeah, I don't really pay that much attention to him on defence. You see him pull off an occasional big hit, but yeah, that's crazy to miss that many tackles in a game and only make the small amount that he's made is. And to compound Ezra Mam's defensive deficiencies, we've got another Bronco in the negative stats column, don't we?
Well, yeah, the highest error rate per game, Reece Walsh. He averages 2.2 errors a game.
Which is actually less than I would have thought, but then this is also just see those statistics. If you put a high ball up, as an example, if you put a high ball up, you contest and you lose it backwards, say, it's not a knock on, therefore it's not an error. But watching the game, you go, there's a mistake. That sort of stuff isn't calculated. I just find that the 2.2 average or whatever it was very surprising. I feel like it's a lot more than that, but it would be little moments like that where it's not technically an error. It's a misread in defence. It's a dropped ball backwards. It's a loose pass that hasn't gone to hand because he hasn't put it in the right spot.
Now, here's a question for Richard Trainer.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. When we're talking about, say, errors or missed tackles or the likes, should we also include those moments where a player's out of position? Now, I know you've spoken about this many times, Dan, of particularly with Reece Walsh, how he tends to go missing behind his team.
Yep.
And he's in the wrong place, not where he needs to be. Probably similar to Luke Brooks last week against Penrith, where he should have been in the defensive line, but he was having an argument with Jerome Luai. And Penrith scored right where Luke Brooks should have been. And apparently that's happened a few times, you feel, with Reece Walsh. He's not been where he should have been. Well, it did happen in the grand final, didn't it? With,
Penrith won the grand final thanks to it.
Yeah. So I'd be interested in what Richard would have to say about that, about having been out there on the field. Yeah.
And Penrith scored their first try from Reece Walsh being out of position too. All right. I've got 5 minutes to get ready for kickoff in the Manley Dragons game.
Okay.
So is there anything just quickly anything else you want to throw out there from the?
No, not really. No? Tackle breaks, things like that. Brian To'o. Okay. D-Shack did raise a point about Zach Lomax. Yeah, Zach Lomax probably did make the most errors. I don't remember writing that down, but it was the average we were looking at, and for that one.
Yeah.
And one of the interesting figures was most offloads. Bryce Cartwright
That doesn't surprise me.
The highest average.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
He's good.
He was an absolute gun. Even last night,
gets that off his uncle.
When I was calling the game last night, every time he took a hit up, he got an offload away. It was incredible to watch. All right, Toasties today. Toasties Day today. All right, Waste World of Sports. I'll be right back for the Sea Eagles Dragons game, which kicks off in a couple of minutes.
And Richard's answered.
Oh, yes. This one here.
Yep.
It's a hard one because sometimes you have to cover the gap, I think that's supposed to be. But yet, having a player out of position is always very frustrating. Old Panther, thank you for your company again.
Thank you.
On a Sunday.
Thanks everyone in the chat room, and enjoy it.
Yep. Enjoy your toasties.
And enjoy the game. And hopefully I'll enjoy Panthers.
Yeah, I think you'll be right. All right, this stream will stay active. James, ahoy there, mate. This stream will stay active, and I'll be right back for the kickoff between the Sea Eagles and the Dragons. Right after this. Waste of World of Sports. Let's go. Manley versus the Dragons. The Dragons, I should say. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy. How are you, mate? All ready for kickoff in this one. I have gone for Manley. But I expect the Dragons to put up a little bit of a fight. Just to make things interesting. Teams are out on the field. Just a couple of games left this round. Knights, Panthers coming up after this. The James has got Manley 13 plus. I expect that the Dragons will keep it tight for about maybe 30 minutes. Of powerhouse performance. And then a Cherry Evans masterclass to close it off. All right. Both teams out on the field now, ready for kickoff. They're closing in on me on the Waste of Water Sports tipping contest. It's getting very tight there at the top of the table. Hopefully I can maintain my lead. Should be a good game, though, this one. Manley and the Dragons. The Dragons are a team capable of pulling off a surprise or two. Flanagan was probably in the conversation for Coach of the Year as well. When we were talking about Coach of the Year, Shane Flanagan, a name that could certainly be worth a mention. DJ Shack, you're excited to see the youngster at the back for the Sea Eagles. A Hopewade. Another Hopewade. Cherry Evans gets us underway. And the Dragons will have first use of it. Bring it on. Sunday ticket. Dragons versus Sea Eagles. Dragons just got to put up a fight, really. I'd be satisfied with that. Because that's all we want, right? That's all we want, really, is to see a good game. Gamerboy 210 says, go Knights and Dragons. The poor old Knights, they could be in for a little bit of a shellacking. Fifth and last here for the Dragons. Hunt will put the kick in from just outside the 40. Makes solid purchase on it, gets a good bounce. And it sits up for Tommy Talau. Tommy Talau's got to be in the try-scoring conversation, right? After his efforts against the Panthers. Tommy Talau, 2+ try-scorer, maybe. Paseka threatens to break through. They're over halfway. This is a good set. Cherry Evans just shuffles it on to Sipley. Fifth and last. DCE goes high. Taken to the back by Hopewade, his first test. And he passes with flying colours. Taking the high ball comfortably at the back. A nice early little tester for him there, DJ Shack. I'm always awkward about letting the high ball bounce. But that was equally on Tommy Talau. I'm talking about the set before, of course. Letting the ball bounce, always dangerous. But Tommy Talau was equally standing back and watching that. The Dragons get the first penalty. And they take it up over halfway now. Good run there from DeBellin. 40 out from the line now. Dragons. Flanagan pops it up off the hip to Molo. Well tackled, though, by Manley. Eisenhuth tries to get the arms free. Does. He offloads back to Hunt. Hunt puts the kick in. Out wide looking for Lomax, and it beats everybody over the sideline. It was the right idea. The execution just not quite accurate enough there. There was plenty of space. Just needed that ball to pop up. It was well worth a shot, though. And now a penalty for Manley on tackle 1. Benny Hunt with a fresh haircut. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. I didn't pay attention. I'm supposing he's gone military style. The touch finder goes up towards halfway. Is Nathan Brown playing? Yes. Yes, he is. Starting prop. Good opportunity here, though, for the Sea Eagles. Trebojevic, Jake to Trebojevic, Ben. And they're inside the 20-metre line. A chance here. Brooks runs across the face to DCE. Out the back it goes now to Hopewade. Hopewade puts the afterburners on and dives over in the corner. What a start for Manly. What a start for Hopewade. 4 points to nil, the kick to come. Styler, ahoy, mate. How are you going? Summed up perfectly there. Didn't need to give the pass. And then he just put on the speed. It's what we were talking about in the pre-game, isn't it? Speed. You can't teach that. Plants it down in the corner. Makes a statement for himself, the young fella. Danger signs for Manly. First attack and they score, says James. No multis today, Styler. Didn't have time. I might try and get something on for the next game. Knights versus Panthers. Coming up after this. They could realistically be a couple of stinkers. These games, I mean. Could be a couple of blowouts. From the sideline, the conversion attempt. It stays pushed off past the near upright. And it remains 4 points to nil, but it's a great start from Manly nonetheless. The James, I really hope, James, that the only holes that Hopewade is interested in are holes in the defence and not holes in people. The Dragons get us restarted. But yes, some danger signs early. The ease with which Manly scored that try and got up the other end. Got to be a little bit alarming. And they stretch it wide early in the tackle count from their own end. Brooks is caught, though. They wrestle him towards the touchline, and he's lost it, Brooks. That was some solid defence from the Dragons. Styler, you've got Jason Saab, Zach Lomax, and Cherry Evans. Not bad at all. And Luke Brooks just got it a little bit wrong there. Over enthusiastic. The Dragons could hit straight back here inside the first 10 minutes. Eisenhuth in front of the post, 10 out. Opportunity here. Hunt goes on to Sloan. Out in the back line there is Leilua. Well wrapped up. Hard man to bring down. Hunt again. Now they go to the opposite edge. Sloan pops it up to Fagai. And Lomax diving for the corner. I don't know if he's hurt himself or he's just not confident that he scored the try. It's going up as no try. They worked that well, though, the Dragons, from one edge to the other. Lomax Supermans through the air and loses the ball. It was a solid effort. He took it greatly. Maybe he just jumped too high there, Lomax. And he's hurt his shoulder by the looks of it. No try this will be. But yeah, maybe he was a little bit too high. The low slide for the corner might have been the better option there for young Zachary. Seven tackle set incoming for Manly. Remember, last time they got all the way upfield, they scored way too easily. There's Brown. Nathan Brown in at first receiver. Get out of there, you big goof. Slowing down the play. Jeez. Jake Trbojevic to Brooks. To Coca-Cola. Through the hands they go, Manly. Jake Trbojevic in midfield. Straightens. That's the fourth. Short side they go. Brooks cuts back infield. Looking for a gap to open up. It doesn't. Fifth and last. They're in striking distance here again. Manly. Crossfield kick from DCE. They're up for it. They lose it. And the Dragons come away with it. Risky offload, but it does put Tyrrell Sloan into a gap. Almost. Try-saving tackle from Ruben Garrick. Tyrrell Sloan would have been away there. He would have gone length of the field. It was a risky offload, but it was well worth it. Sloan was nearly off. Entertaining start to this match as both teams stretch it from sideline to sideline. They're over halfway now, the Dragons, on tackle 3. Getting themselves a chance to attack. Hunt to DeBellin, wrapped up in midfield, bent backwards. Good tackle there from Holy Moly. Leilua takes on Cherry Evans and Jake Trbojevic. They bring him down 20 metres out from the line. Tackle 5. Chance here for the Dragons. Flanagan with the crossfield kick. Not a lot of distance on it. And that's no real threat to Manly whatsoever. Poor kick there from Flanagan. Poor end of set. Oh! What? Well, they've got a result out of nothing here. It's come off the knee of Sloan. There you go. So a really poor kick has yielded a result. Cherry Evans goes short. It's tapped back. And much like the grand final last year, right place, right time, no coverage on the tap back, and Jacob Little will score. What an opportunistic try. The Dragons hit back. Four points all, the conversion to come. Try is confirmed. And the Dragons have hit back. Oh, James, don't even get me started, mate, on short dropouts. Lomax strikes it well, but hooks it. It hooks away. And it remains 4 points all. I completely understand the theory behind it. I just disagree with the theory. The theory behind it, of course, is that teams apparently find it easier, and probably because you don't have to go back the full 10 metres. Your goal line becomes the offside line. But apparently teams find it easier to defend on their own goal line. So go short, contest the ball. We prefer to defend our own goal line anyway, rather than having to run up to halfway with a player charging back and drop back the 10. But I just think it's ridiculous. I think the whole thing is stupid. So I understand their reasoning behind it. I just disagree with it. The game to me is always about field position. It's always about field position to me. So you kick the ever-living buggery out of the thing as far upfield as you can and keep them away from your try line. Yeah, I just... blows my mind every single time I see it happen. As the Dragons bust up the middle. Little gets away again. Offloads to Fangai. Fangai steps back in field. And that's the fifth and last. Who's that down in back play? Is that Holy Moly? No. They've numbered up on the left-hand side here, the Dragons, and they're in again. Kyle Flanagan. And may I point out that ever since the short dropout attempt, this game has gone horribly downhill for Manley. There were just Dragons jerseys everywhere out here. Where was the Manly defence? Saab caught in no man's land there. Ruben Garrick went down. That didn't help. Right there is where Ruben Garrick would have been. Well read there. Ben Hunt summed it up. Put that try down to Ben Hunt. He realised Ruben Garrick's down. He's out of the defensive line. And that is straight where they went. The very next play, Ben Hunt directed traffic right through that hole. 8 points to 4. Kick to come. That is the beauty of Ben Hunt, I suppose. The beauty of Ben Hunt's gameplay. Summed it up to perfection immediately, the son of a bitch. Eight points to 4. Kick to come. Lomax. This time he gets it right. And the Dragons lead 10 points to 4. Incredible scenes here. Ruben Garrick off for a HIA. Oh, yeah, he's got kicked in the face as well, Ruben Garrick. Friendly fire. He copped the hip from Jason Saab, and then he got a kick in the face straight afterwards. Cherry Evans gets us back underway. A good start this for the Dragons. Ever since the short dropout. Manly go short with the restart. It's been downhill. A rapid downhill slide ever since. Leilua loves down the short side there. DeBellin gets the offload. Unnecessary offload. Could be deemed a mistake, and it is. Jack DeBellin with a brain explosion there. Completely unnecessary offload. He was already on the ground when he decided he was going to do that. And they have just gifted Manly this field position straight back. Scrum down for Manly. 40 out from the line. They can go on the attack. They go left. There's Brooks. On to Coca-Cola. Easily defended, though. Lawton. Wrapped up and driven backwards. They're 30 out from the line now, Manly. Brown in at first receiver. Geez, that is frustrating. It's obviously coached. But geez, get the big man out of there. Here he is again at first receiver, Brown. Out the back to Brooks. Cola's got it. Tries to get on the outside. Well defended by the Dragons. They numbered up easily. Still on the attack, though. They go to the opposite edge, and now Jakey Trebojevic straightens back towards the post. Fifth and last. Cherry Evans with the flat pass. Nothing really doing there for Manly. Disappointing set. They race up out of the line. What's the Euro Cup? That probably answers the question. Soccer. No, I don't watch soccer at all. A big run here from Francis Molo. Takes it up to the 40-metre line. And an early kick from Ben Hunt inside the 40, was he? Oh, he gets a great bounce towards the sideline. Doesn't find touch, though, and Saab comes away with it. That was an awkward kick, though, from Ben Hunt. Back up towards halfway they go. That's better from Nathan Brown. That's what you want to see. Just put the head down and charge forward. None of this ball playing nonsense. Fifth and last for Manly. 40 out from the line again. Cherry Evans puts it high into the corner. Sloan gets under it. Takes it. Puts the step on. Can't get away from the chasers. And he's wrapped up a metre out from his own line. Manly just winning the war of territory at the moment. But of course the Dragons lead on the scoreboard. The most important statistic of all. Tackle 4. 30 out from their own line. Leilua on that short side. I don't think he's moved from that short side all match. Fifth and last, Hunt. Puts it high in the corner. Taken at the back. Tommy Talau. Don't want to give him any space. Brooks slots in at dummy half. And Kohler doing some hard yards at the back. Ben Trebojevic up to halfway. This is good field position again. Manly just starting to get themselves back on top here. Brown runs forward, offloads. And that's the fourth. 30 out. Brooks to Lawton. Lawton takes the hit up. Fifth and last. Brooks on to Cherry Evans. The crossfield kick's a shocker. Saab goes up for it, loses it forward, and the Dragons will come away with it. That was a poor kick, really, from DCE. He'll be disappointed in that himself. Saab probably still should have taken it, but there was no threat there. Disappointing play again at the end of set for Manley. Don't forget, coming up here, Wasted World of Sports, Knights and Panthers still to come today. Are the Knights going to be able to put up the fight to the reigning premiers? Some space up the middle for the Dragons, fifth and last, halfway line. Hunt puts it high. Very high ball. Talau's under it, misses it. Lomax gets a hand to it. And that'll be a handover. Ford Rawiri. Ahoy there, mate. How many rounds in the season? 27, yeah? 27, and then finals. So we're over the halfway point for season 2024. Always exciting times approaching the finals. Up on halfway, Cherry Evans shows on the inside, goes outside. Olakau'atu spills the ball. Knocked backwards, says the referee. Manly still have possession. Another interesting call this weekend. A kick on tackle 4, trying to find some space in behind the Dragons. It goes to Sloan, and Sloan bumps off Cherry Evans, bumps off Trebojevic, and then he's wrapped up in midfield. Good kick return there from Tyrrell Sloan and the Dragons. Risky offload was touched by Manley. Surely a touch by Manley, and the Dragons will have the ball back. Risky play, though, inside their own end. Oh, well, was it touched? Seeing the replay, I'm not so sure that that was touched. And that becomes now a ridiculous offload from Zach Lomax. Wow, what a big moment this could be. 15 and a half minutes to go until the break. Manley break from the scrum. Cherry Evans holds the pass up. Out to Hopewade. Hopewade picked up and driven towards the sideline. They ragdoll him towards the touchline. He does well to stay in the field of play. Jake Trebojevic puts the head down. 10 out from the line. Looking to square things up here, Manly. They go short side where Cherry Evans waits again, and they get 6 again. And holy moly, Olakau'atu bumps off one, fends off another, and scores in the corner. A great individual effort from holy moly Olakau'atu. And it's 10 points to 8, and Cherry Evans will have a kick from the sideline to convert and tie this game up once again. Summed up perfectly by DCE. Oh, they're not seriously looking at an obstruction, are they? Trebojevic is just sort of lurking in the defensive line here. He stops, gets in the way of Kyle Flanagan. This one might be overturned. The longer this goes on before it's confirmed, this one could be coming back. Try confirmed. Oh, Common Sense gets a victory. That is a win for Common Sense, something you don't see very often in the officiating at the NRL. 10 points to 8. Conversion to come. Boy, that would have been a harsh decision to overturn that one. I'm so glad that they confirmed it. $10 points to 8 with the kick to come. Right on the sideline. I mean, smack bang on the sideline. But Cherry Evans moves in and he pushes it out to the right. The wind picks it up. And it's waved away. So still no conversions for Manley today. Thus far, 10 points to 8 it remains. Dragons in the lead. "13 minutes until half-time. Well, this is going the way that I expected it to so far. Close for 30 minutes. Manly to run away with it in the second half is what I predicted. Looking good at the moment. 13 to go to the break. Here's Jake Trbojevic. As Manly try to clear their lines. Nathan Brown through the hands now on tackle 3. Out to the right. The Dragons are numbered up out there. Nowhere to go. And another pantsing. We were just talking about pantsings in the pregame. And there's our first one of the day. As Olakau'atu charges upfield. 5th and last. 35 out from the line. Cherry Evans puts it high. Pressure on Sloan at the back. He's let it bounce. Sloan, this could go anywhere. And he runs back and taps it dead. Risky stuff. Saab was lurking. But Sloan just gets to it and taps it over the dead ball line. Danger, letting those balls bounce. We're always talking about it, what a risky move it is, and yet it just happens so often. Dragons go short with the restart. They come away with the ball. Sloan's got it. And one of the rare occasions that a short dropout works. And they get a penalty now. A nice little piggyback upfield for the Dragons as we approach the halftime break. Not a lot of distance on that touch finder. It's only 30 out from their own line. Could have done so much more with that. Leilua up to halfway. Good charge forward by him. Driven backwards, though, a little bit. Half a metre. Flanagan runs across field. Dummies. Straightens, goes straight through a gap. Where's the support? There it is inside. Eisenhuth is taken down. 15 out. Quick play the ball. Numbers to burn on the right, but they go back in field. Sloan's wrapped up and monstered. 10 out from the line. What a charge from Flanagan. They stay on the short side. Sewer gets the offload back. Little back to Sloan. Beats 1, beats 2, puts the kick in, and Manly come away with it. The kick was not the option, surely. Through the hands there. Manly's defence holds on. Just. Ruben Garrick has passed his HIA. Good news for Manly. Ruben Garrick will be allowed back. As a matter of fact, he's probably back on now already. There he is. Running over into position. Ready for the ball. Olakau'atu can't get it free. That's the fourth. Nathan Brown Up over halfway on the fifth and last. Cherry Evans waits on the short side. Puts it high. Lomax takes it. And he's wrapped up by the Manly kick chasers. 9 minutes to go till the break. The Dragons with a slender 2-point lead. Goal kicking is obviously not easy out there today. We've seen Manly miss both. We've seen the Dragons miss one. Difficult kicking conditions, it must be. As the Dragons go back into Manly territory and Sewer is dumped on his back in solid defence. Fifth and last, 40 metres out. Hunt puts it high. Lost forward by the Dragons. Manly come away with it anyway. Garrick back from his HIA. Takes the hit up. And a penalty given away there to Manly. They can go back on the attack now. Eight minutes to go till the break. Can they pinch the lead before halftime? Cherry Evans pops this up to halfway. Good touch finder. Looking to mount some sort of attack now before the break. Brown to Brooks. Brooks runs across field. Puts Kohler on the inside. Kohler runs behind his own man and gives away an obstruction penalty on tackle one. Unforgivable. You saw that coming a mile away as Kohler cut back in field and gets all tangled up. Penalty to the Dragons. Just getting the lines all wrong there, Manly. Sewer takes tackle one now for St George. 40 out from the line. It's their opportunity to attack. Oh, no. Ben Hunt spills the ball on tackle one. This game has disintegrated into a shambles for both teams. Ben Hunt getting a little ahead of himself, worrying about the next play, and he forgot to catch the ball. 6.5 until the break. Another opportunity here for Manly at the back end of this set, theoretically. From the scrum, they go to midfield, and Ethan Bullymore. Brown is much better when he just runs. 6 again for Manly, up over halfway. Cherry Evans at the back to Brooks. Hopewade onto Garrick. Garrick's wrapped up out wide. Plays the ball to nobody, and the Dragons dive on it. There was no dummy half. Oh, that does your head in. That is a coach killer. Ruben Garrick plays the ball, and there is no dummy half to be found. The Dragons dive on it. When things are going bad for Manly, they go really bad, don't they? Deary me. Flanagan onto Hunt, inside line, runs Leilua, gets the offload back to Flanagan. Sloan to Sewer. Sewer steps through one, fends off another, gets the ball back to Sloan. He's got support from Couchman. Couchman goes within 10. Fifth and last now for the Dragons on the attack. Hunt steps back in field, goes towards the post. Ben Hunt fights his way over the line, and he is held up. Well defended But we come back for a penalty for a high shot. Dragons penalty right out in front. They could take the 2 points here if they want. Seems like a no-brainer to take the 2. Looks like they're going to tap and go, though. They're keeping the pressure on here, the Dragons. Keeping the pressure on. Blake Laurie takes the hit up. They're 5 out from the line, full set of 6. Here they come. Flanagan, inside ball to Murdoch-Masila. Manley defend so far. Hunt to Leilua. Oh, he spills the ball, Leilua. There was 3 on none out to the left. If Leilua gets the arms free and pops that pass up, there's 3 Dragons attackers, 0 Manly defenders, but Leilua spills it in contact. What a huge let-off that is. And a penalty to Manly for high contact. Oh, Ruben Garrick is wobbly. Ruben Garrick could be done for the day. He's already gone off for a HIA and passed, and now he's copped shoulder. Direct shoulder contact to the face. And that has surely got to be a send-off. Ruben Garrick, his second HIA of the day, will surely rule him out. Surely he'll be done. But how is that player still on the field? After what we saw in Origin 1, Tui Pelotu is on report, but very lucky to still be on the field after that. And I'll tell you who else is lucky to still be on the field. Ruben Garrick. I can't believe that the doctor hasn't intervened and got him off the field yet. It's just a matter of time, I say. Especially the way he stumbled as he was getting back to his feet. Oh, there we go. It's happened right now. Off for his second HIA of the game. Ruben Garrick. You couldn't possibly pass 2 of them, could you? Anyway, 2 minutes 47 to go in the first half. Manly can go on the attack. Here's Cherry Evans. Inside ball to Brown. Brown backs into the defense. Falls over for tackle 4. DCE, flat pass to Olakuatu, who spills it. And that has pretty much summed up the first half here for Manly. Opportunity, but failing to execute. But still only trailing by 2 points, importantly. But they're just not quite getting it right here. Too many mistakes. Simple turnovers. A disappointing first half. A minute and a half to go until the break, and the Dragons should get last say. Tackle 3 as they march up towards halfway. Hunt, dummies, steps back the opposite direction. Offloads to Couchman. Couchman is taken just over halfway on the 4th. Laurie, he only knows one way, Blake Laurie. 5th and last. Hunt puts it high down the middle of the field. Chasers are getting through. Pressure on Manly at the back, but well taken. Hopawade. Ruben Garrick ruled out. There you go. There was no way he could possibly pass 2 HIAs in the same half, let alone the same game. It just didn't seem realistic that you could let him back out there. 2 HIAs inside the first 40 minutes. Little grubber kick through here from Cherry Evans. It sits up for Kohler. Kohler surrenders in the tackle. There's 15 seconds remaining. Tackle 4 for Manley. On halfway, Brooks. Out to the left-hand side they go. Hopewade steps in field. Beats 1. Beats 2. Hopewade still going. And he's wrapped up, and that will be the halftime break. 10 points to 8. The Dragons with a slender advantage going into the sheds. A mixed bag for Manley. Some good tries. A couple of good tries, but overall, a really shaky display. And the Dragons, they've been far from impressive either, but they've worked a lot harder for their opportunities, and they've taken the ones that have presented themselves. So a really delicately poised game at the moment. I mean, I did say at the top of the stream that I thought it would be close and competitive for the first 40. But then that Manley would perhaps run away with it in the second half. So we'll have to see. It's set itself up nicely for that, should it eventuate. But halftime here, 10 points to 8. The Dragons, they certainly came to play in that first 40 minutes. Second half coming up after the break on the Wasted World of Sports. Second half about to get underway here. Dragons, Manly. The Dragons leading 10 points to 8. Manly have left some points out there with missed conversions. The big story, though, of course, Ruben Garrick ruled out for the remainder, failing his second HIA. Unbelievably, 2 HIAs in the same half. And eventually, something has to give. When that happens, something has got to give, surely. And it did. Ruben Garrick ruled out for the match, failing his second HIA. Incredible. The poor fella couldn't win a trick. Manly, they were very scrappy for large portions of that first half. To be only trailing by 2 points and but for missed conversions, be on level pegging at least, they can hold their heads up. They shouldn't be too despondent, but they obviously need to clean up their game in the second half. And they get a chance immediately as Nathan Brown winds up from the back fence. Charges into contact. Bullymore, equally aggressive with his run. All right, they've definitely come out of the sheds with enthusiasm. Brown takes another hit up. Cherry Evans inside to Olakau'atu, bumps off one, and it's a huge bump off. They're on halfway, tackle 4. This was a great set for Manly. 5th and last now, midfield, 40 out from the Dragons line. Just the start they were after to this second 40. Cherry Evans puts it high. Contestable. Sloan does well to take it, but he's driven backwards. And the Dragons will start this set 10 metres out from their own line. That was the perfect start to the second half here for Manly. And it looks like the Dragons are looking into the sun. Could that have had anything to do with the first half? The performance of Manly, the mixed bag. Sun in the eyes for some of the players out there. On the 4th, Ben Hunt goes long from inside the 40. Just a step out of the 40, I think. He was going for the 40-20, but he's just stepped outside. Although there's pats on the back all round, are they claiming that this was a 40-20? Has Ben Hunt smoked this one? Yes. I thought he had taken a step out by the time he kicked it. A 40-20 for Ben Hunt has turned this on its head. Manly had started so well in the second half, and they've allowed that 40-20. Suddenly they're under the pump after such a good start. Flanagan. 2 passes out wide to Sewer. The Dragons a metre short. Flanagan again. To Couchman in front of the post. That's the 4th. Staying on the left. The inside ball to Leilua. Leilua wrapped up. 10 out from the line still. 5th and last. Hunt, crossfield kick. It's a little heavy. It's way too heavy. And it's taken under no pressure in the in goal. It's almost like there was a breeze that picked that one up from Hunt. 7 tackle set for the Sea Eagles. UFC, ahoy mate. Off the hook, big time there, Manly. Brown in at first receiver again. Honestly, that is so frustrating. Get out of there, big man. Nothing worse than a big prop getting in the way of the line as Lawton bursts straight through. Support on the inside from Luke Brooks. They draw in Sloan, and Brooks will score under the sticks. Just like that, Manly, when they put it together, they look very, very good. And they've taken the lead. 12 points to 10, the kick to come. Brooks with the flat pass to Lawton. And once the break was made, there was no cover defence for the Dragons anywhere to be seen. Some reward for their enthusiasm to start this second 40. Manley claimed the lead. Brooks, a well-deserved try. He's been all right today, Luke Brooks. He started the season extremely well. Then he went a little bit quiet, and he's been having some mixed bags. You like to see him do well. Cherry Evans from right in front pops this one over, and Manly lead 14 points to 10. They have started the second half extremely well. Luke Brooks on the try scorers sheet once again. A little bit of a delay here for the restart. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, I wonder if there was a pitch invader. That could have been the case. Somebody could have run out onto the field, the cheeky buggers. From the back fence, Nathan Brown again. Boy, he winds up. So much better when he just focuses on doing that and not interrupting the general phase play. Manly, full of running here in this set. Brown again. Out the back it goes to Brooks. They've got numbers on the left, but Kohler leaves it behind. And those silly little mistakes again costing the home side. Just inviting the Dragons straight back in after points. You might be able to get away with it from time to time against a Dragons or a Titans. But against the big teams, they will punish that sort of play. A penalty now to the Dragons. Leilua caught high. Dangerous tackle. That's the penalty. Potential hip drop here, I suppose, by Ben Trebojevic. On the back of the legs has just dropped straight down and probably lucky to still be on the field. We've seen worse ones, but we've also seen lesser ones get marched for 10. Flanagan with the inside ball to Murdoch-Masila. Dragons looking to square things up again. Hunt to Flanagan, and Sloan slips over, gets back up, but they're on top of him by the time he regains his feet. 10 metres out from the line, tackle 3. Dragons still on the attack. Laurie goes within a couple of metres. On the 4th, here's Flanagan to Hunt, runs across field, links up with Lomax on the Harbour Bridge pass. Lomax steps back in field and beats one, reaches out and plants the ball down for the try. Zachary Lomax take a bow. Well set up by Ben Hunt. Well finished by Lomax. Just catching the Manly defence in a little too far from the wing. And you can't give anybody that sort of room to move, let alone a Zach Lomax. And just like that, 14-all kick to come. And it's on the back of the mistake from Manly. Bringing the ball out of territory. They spill it. A simple mistake early in the tackle count. And the Dragons go, thank you very much. We'll take that. 14 points all. Try is confirmed. He's only just got it down though, Lomax. That was a lot closer than it probably should have been. Lomax to convert his own try. Starts it off to the left. It stays off to the left. Goal kicking is obviously very difficult tonight. We've only seen one, I think, two. One from each team. And 14 points all. 3 tries apiece, 1 conversion apiece. 14 all. Manley got the start to the second half they were after, but then threw it away. They'll be disappointed, obviously. Captain Obvious here. So they get us back underway. The Dragons let the ball bounce. They then have to race forward to collect it. And Lomax does well in the end. And the Dragons can go about bringing this ball out of territory. This hasn't been the greatest game, skills-wise, execution-wise. But a close game is always an exciting game. And with 30 minutes remaining in the match, should it stay close, it'll be a good one. Ben Hunt on halfway, 5th and last, puts it high. Hopewade sits under it, takes it well, brings it back for Manley. Saab running across field, an easy target. And he's brought down by Leilua. Quick play the ball. It wasn't the straightest play the ball. They get away with it. Up towards the 40 they go, Manley. Nathan Brown. Another good run. 5th and last. Cherry Evans runs a few meters before he puts the ball high. Not a lot of distance. The Dragons stand and let it bounce. It's back for DCE. Gets a second kick away. And Ben Hunt retreats. Takes it well. Lomax receives the pass. Very, very scrappy end of sets for Manley. They've been guilty of that quite a few times tonight, just not really getting a good kick away or getting to the kick at all in some cases. As the Dragons offload, Sloan almost gets away, just collared by DCE. Francis Molo charges forward 20 metres upfield. What a run from Francis. Hunt kicks on tackle 4. In behind the Manley defence. Saab turns around. Well, that's Tommy Talau, sorry. Turns around, collects it. Half a metre short. Plays the ball to nobody. Brooks has to come flying around and just gets there in the nick of time. We've seen that happen once already tonight where Manley have played the ball to no dummy half. The Dragons nearly got themselves a try here. Cherry Evans kicks on tackle 3. Straight onto the chest of the flying Jason Saab. And Sloan wraps him up at the back. Risky stuff, but pulled off perfectly by DCE there. And now a kick through from Olakauatu. Straight into the arms of Sloan. And the Dragons have the ball back. Probably the wrong option there. Holy moly, got a little bit too excited. He wanted to one-up the captain there. DCE with the good crossfield kick. Holy moly, thought he could do better. As Zach Lomax has his pants pulled down. 5th and last, Dragons. 40 out from their own line. Big kick needed here from Hunt. And he obliges. It's a little too big, though. And Hopewade is happy to stand back and let that bounce over the dead ball line for a 7-tackle set. This is such a scrappy old game. Richard Trainer just went down the road to get lunch. Come back. Yes, thank you, Zach. What's on the menu, Richard? I haven't eaten yet today. Look at the size of me. I can't go that long without food. It's probably why I'm a little off the pace today. Olakuatu with the inside ball, puts Hopewade in space. Numbers to burn for the Manly Sea Eagles here. Take your pick. 3-on-1. It goes to Ben Trebojevic to score. And Manly take the lead back. 18-14 kick to come. Some great little interplay here. Backs and forwards linking up together. Three-on-one. Saab could have taken that ball as well. It went to Trebojevic. Mongolian lamb, eh? Very nice. Try is confirmed, and Cherry Evans, another conversion attempt from the sideline. He's had some practice from out here today. Cherry Evans strikes it, pushes it off to the left horribly. Goal kick. What's the deal with goal kicking today? It doesn't seem that windy. I've been trying to spot flags up in the stands or something. Some indication that it's really, really swirling breeze, or I just can't figure out what's going on with the goal kicking today. We've seen 4 tries now for Manly, 3 tries for the Dragons, and we've seen 2 conversions the whole match. Really, really bizarre. .24.5 minutes to go. Oh, look who's back, Rod. Ahoy, mates. Happy Shipwrecked Sunday. Hang on. Where's my drink? Cheers, Rod. Oh, yeah. Whew. That's a nice little pick-me-up. Nice and warm on a cold day. You know, a nice shot of something. Nice and warm down the throat. As Zach Lomax makes a mess of this at the back. Manages to recover just in the nick of time. No, I didn't have time to get this one on, Rod. But if I'm being completely honest, I would have had Zach Lomax, so that's a tick. But I would have had Tommy Talau, so that's a no so far. And I probably would have had Holy Moly Olakuatu. So I would have got that one as well. And I perhaps would have had Tyrrell Sloan. So that's a no at the moment as well. But obviously this is all just theory, and theory and practice are two completely different things. But yeah, just based on who I'd usually pick for my multis, those are the players I would have gone with. So I probably would be 2 legs in of a 4-legger. Speaking of Tommy Talau, there he is, running it up over the halfway line. And now Nathan Brown slips into contact. That could have been dangerous. 5th and last, Cherry Evans keeps it low and flat. Awkward bounce for Sloan. He retreats well and collects it right on the chest, but he is monstered by Holy Moly Olakau'atu. And the Dragons will start this set inside their own 10. They've got to go all the way upfield for any chance to get in striking distance here. And the thing with the same game multis too, Rod, is sometimes I'll throw one on just for fun, just to have it for the stream, but I don't really like just slapping a multi on willy-nilly. I like to have the time to be able to research it, and sometimes there's method to the madness when I pick the players I pick. And I just didn't have the time this morning to prepare that. So on Generations this morning, and feel free, everybody, to skip back and check that out. But we did our mid-season review as now Manly make a break. Kohler goes straight through. Support inside from Saab. Saab puts on the afterburners, but Sloan holds on desperately to the back of his shirt and brings down the big giraffe. Numbers out to the left, though, for Manly. That's exactly where they go. 20 out from the line here on tackle 3. They stay short side. No, they cut back open side. Cherry Evans to Trebojevic. Trebojevic is hammered in the tackle. Still on the attack, though, Manly. DCE with the grubber kick in, and holy moly, Olakau'atu chases through and wraps up Kyle Flanagan, who's now trying to milk the penalty. I mean, he was taken high. Mitigating factors, of course, but he was definitely hit high. So, yes, on the Generations vodcast this morning, or this afternoon, before this game, we did our mid-season report card, the old Panther and I. So we talked about who we think is going to win the premiership, who we think can win the premiership, the best players, the worst players, all that sort of stuff. The Lady Gunner, ahoy there, over 51. Is it possible to make over 51 in this game? I would say not the way that they're missing all the conversions at the moment. The Lady Gunner. Somebody needs to start acing their conversions. There's been plenty of tries out there today as Holy Moly Olakau'atu goes on report. Manly have scored 4 tries. The Dragons have scored 3 tries. But the scoreline is 18 points to 14 because there just hasn't been conversions. I don't know if it's really awkward kicking conditions out there. I don't know what the problem is, but yes, both goal kickers have been failing horribly when it comes to conversion time, and that's certainly keeping the score under wraps. So what is it? There's 20 minutes to go, 18-14, so 32 points, over 51. Yeah, I'm just not... I don't think it'll happen. Penalty here to the Dragons for that high tackle we were talking about. Mr. Gillies. Ahoy there, mate. So, yeah, you keen for this game? Who are you going for? The St George Dragons, who are sponsored by St George Bank. St George Bank, of course, has a little mascot, which is a dragon. It's perfect. Or the Manly Sea Eagles, who are sponsored by boring old PointsBet, sorry. They're sponsored by PointsBet, but the Manly Sea Eagles are also sponsored by KFC on the back of their jumpers. Richard Trainer says you just got a text from your sister. She's at the game. She said it's not too bad, the wind. Well, there you go. I don't understand. I don't understand what the problem is. I don't know why both goal kickers are having so much trouble with the kicks today. Fifth and last hit for the Dragons. 15 out. Hunt pops it up to Sloan. Sloan is hammered in the tackle. Well-read play there by Kohler. And a penalty to Manly as Sloan offloaded. It went a mile forward. I'm guessing they're saying this is a forward pass deliberately played offside. Nicole Payne, ahoy there. Manly plug this into touch. 40 metres out from their own line. Leading by 4. 18 minutes to go. Remember, my pre-game prediction was it'll be close for the first half. Manly to run away with it in the second. We're yet to see Manly run away with it in the second. But we'll see. Where can they take it from here? As Nathan Brown is off for a well-earned break. Jake Trbojevic up the middle, links up with Waddell. Tackle 4. Cherry Evans to Holy Moly Olakuatu. Draws in a few defenders. Takes the fifth and last. They're inside the 10. Cherry Evans puts the grubber kick in, and Jakey Trbojevic is there to score under the post. This is now starting to become a comfortable lead for Manly. 22-14, the kick to come from right in front, and we might finally see a conversion as well. Jake Trbojevic with the try. Great vision from DCE. 22-14. Conversion from right in front should make it 24-14. No, it's the first try for Jake. Ben Trbojevic scored the last one. So it's 2 tries for the Trbojevics. From right in front, DCE makes no mistake. And Manly lead this 24 points to 14. And what have we got now? 24-14. Approaching that 51 mark, but I still think overs is a bit far away with all those missed conversions today. Overs is a little bit too far off. Unless Manly really open things up now. $16.5 to go. Manly comfortably in the lead at the moment. From the back fence, Bullymore brings it back for Manly. Comfortably ahead, as I said. Approaching the back end of this match. I'm a little bit scared, actually. I'm a little bit nervous because at the moment, this is going exactly as I predicted it. I'm just wondering what's going to happen to completely blow that prediction out of the water, as normally happens. Ben Trebojevic takes tackle for Manley. 40 out from their own line. Great run again from Bullymore. Ethan Bullymore has been electric since he's been on. 5th and last. Cherry Evans runs, puts the kick into the corner. Sits up for Sloan at the back. And Cherry Evans leading the chase. Makes the tackle. Leading from the front, DCE. Zach Lomax loses his pants again. The Dragons are doing it tough now. A good run from Francis Molo, 5th and last on halfway. Hunt puts it high, straight down the middle of the field. Manley let it bounce again. It sits up in the end goal. And Hopewade surrenders half a metre out from his own line. They've got to be careful letting those balls bounce. But at least they're just bouncing and not dropping, right, Doug? You've got to hate it when those balls drop. 14 and a half minutes to go. Manley leading by 10. This has been a good set of 6 defensively from the Dragons, though. 5th and last. Cherry Evans will kick from just outside his own 20. Gets a lot of height on it. Lomax runs back, takes it on the full. Look at the difference that makes. I can understand that Hopewade was letting the ball bounce because last time it bounced over the dead ball line and they got a 7-tackle set, but the difference it can make to the start of your set by taking the ball on the full. And the field position that ensues from that as the Dragons now make a break down the left-hand edge. Sewer cuts back in field. Fends off 1, 2. Passes to Leilua. Leilua runs across to the opposite edge. Links up with Fangai. Can't break through. This is a great opportunity, though, for the Dragons. They haven't gone away yet. Leilua shows inside once, twice. Goes out to Ben Hunt. Hunt to Sloan, who's up in the line. Gets the ball back to Jacob Little, who just surrenders in the tackle. That's the 4th. They're 10 metres out. The Dragons are not going away. Here's Hunt to Sewer, 5th and last. 5 out from the line. Big open side to the right. And that's where Hunt goes with the crossfield kick. Perfectly positioned. And Zach Lomax has got it. And Lomax reaches out and scores. Potentially. He doesn't seem too confident. We've seen him do it so many times, though, Zach Lomax. It's gone up as no try. He was a little short of the line there, looking for everything here. Potential knock-ons, potential double movements. And he's knocked it on there. You wouldn't say he's got control over that ball, Lomax. So I'm thinking knock on. And we don't even need to look at anything else beyond that. 24-14 it remains. 12 minutes to go. He can't believe it, Zach Lomax. He's blowing up big time at that call. But it was the right call. I saw it straight away. On the first replay, I mean. Not straight away live. But on the first replay, pretty clear knock on. Does he even get it down over the line? No. No, so he doesn't even get it over the line anyway. It's no try, whichever way you look at that one. And Manley, hold on. And now another big run from Ethan Bullymore. He has been immense. Cherry Evans runs across field, links up with Ben Trebojevic. Manley on halfway. If that was Queensland, it would have been a try, says the James. 100%. Well, we saw Harry Grant score what ultimately proved to be a match winner one year when he had a double movement and was still short of the line. Even with the double movement, he lost it over the line as well. So there were 3 possible ways to deny the try, but they awarded it. I still can't believe that year. 5th and last, Cherry Evans puts it high. Sloan lets it bounce, and it sits up for Lomax, who's wrapped up. What was Tyrrell Sloan doing there? Running crossfield is Fangai, who now straightens into half a gap. And a penalty to the Dragons, much needed. They are still in this with 11 minutes to go and only 10 points the difference. Got to be next to score, though. I reckon if... do we dare say next try wins? Next try wins. Let's say it. Let's say it. Let's make it interesting. Next try wins. It's the Dragons on halfway with 10.5 to go. Leilua inside to DeBellin. Hunt to Sloan, who's up in the line. Fangai brought down, 30 out from the line. Tackle 3, 10 minutes to go. Short side, Leilua. A Murdoch Masilla. 5th and last. Ben Hunt cuts back to the short side, puts it high. Contestable kick. Was Lomax taken out? No, says the referee. Manley come away with the ball. David Vinak, what are my thoughts on the Warriors game last night? I thought the Warriors started really impressively. They kind of self-destructed at the back end of the match. It's pretty hard to win a game of footy with send-offs and whatnot. Multiple send-offs. Some questionable calls by the referee. Chris Webb, ahoy mate. Chris says, ahoy Dan, thanks for all you do for us. Do you think a Taruva try Panthers win is a safe bet? Or do you think an upset could happen? Well, look, upsets always can happen. As the offload to Kohler opens up for Manley. Brooks to Cherry Evans. Bullymore into space. Straightens, runs back towards the post, Bullymore. And he's caught 5 out on the 5th and last. Numbers to Burn on the left. They go right. Cherry Evans puts the kick out to an unmarked giraffe in Jason Saab, who collects the ball and runs around under the posts. Next try wins. Manly have won. Jason Saab scores. 28 points to 14. The home fans are delighted. This play all started back on halfway with Cherry Evans. The offload to Brooks. And Bullymore has had such a fantastic game. Offloading, backing up in support as well. So yeah, Chris, upsets can always happen, but I think it's a pretty safe bet on this occasion. Taruva and Panthers win. The James, there is my 13 plus. With 7 minutes 50 to go. Manly leading 28-14. Kick to come, surely. They put the conversion over. And I'll tell you what, with the conversion, it's going to be 44 points with 7.5 minutes to go. And we've got somebody there in the chat room wanting over 51. Champion, who are you going for in the next match? Panthers all the way. The Lady Gunner. There you are. Yes, that's you. They would have already had overs if the goal kickers put their goals over today. That's the irony of all this. Cherry Evans converts. It's 30 points to 14. 7 minutes remaining. 44 points. Can they get to the 51 and more? The James, all you need now is Edwards and Panthers 13 plus. That's probably... Let me just put it this way. If I needed 2 legs left on a multi to win the multi, I would love for those to be the 2 legs that I needed. Edwards and Panthers 13 plus. What a couple of solid bets. The Dragons go short with the restart. And Saab, all 17 foot tall of him, comes down with it. If you're going to kick short on a restart, why pick out one of the largest players in the game? One of the tallest. Brooks on the short side. Holds the pass up and goes straight through as the defence held off him. And he's been caught high. A penalty right out in front. Take the 2. Take the 2-pointer. My predictions for the next game, Panthers to win quite comfortably. Extremely comfortably. And with 6 minutes remaining, Cherry Evans is stepping up to take the 2-pointer. Cherry Evans hits the upright and it's waved away. What is going on with the goal kicking out there today? I understand completely that Ruben Garrick is the regular goal kicker for Manley and he's off the field, but still, Cherry Evans is no slouch when it comes to kicking conversions and whatnot. I'm just finding it so unbelievable how bad the goal kicking's been today. The James, you haven't had a Sunday day multi get up this year? Well, it could be your day today. Panthers 13 plus and Edwards is a pretty good shout. 4.5 minutes to go in this one. Leilua surrenders for tackle 5, just over the halfway line. The kick chase is taken by Lomax. Fires the ball back. Fangai gets through, gets the arms free, pops it off to Flanagan. Flanagan double pumps and holds the pass up to DeBellin, and DeBellin offloads straight into the arms of the Manly defenders. Who is that there? The number 20, who's not on my team sheet. Jake Simpkin. Richard Trainer says last night had a 12 leg at $430 on the Swans game. Miss out 2 players. I need 1 disposal from each to collect 4.3K. I'm still looking at the slip. I've had a few of those, Richard. To be honest, I've had a few of those where it's been a couple of disposals short of a big, like 20 plus leg multi on the Aussie rules. Penalty here to the Dragons as Leilua, I believe it was going for an intercept. He was then taken out before he had a chance to recollect the ball. Manley are going to captain's challenge it, I think. Although the referee is telling them to sod off at the moment. If this were the referee the other night in the Parramatta Roosters game, he would have penalised Jake Trbojevic there. Champion, thank you very much for the sub. All right, so it's Christian Tuipulotu there who's gone for the intercept, has tapped the ball up, and then Ben Trbojevic has taken him out before he's had a chance to compete and try and get the loose ball. Penalty to the Dragons, fair enough, that one. Would I rather the Tigers or the Raiders? Tigers, that's an easy one. We hate the Raiders around here. This is not a happy place for Raiders fans. Lomax bumps off the first tackle. Bumps away from another Lomax. Keeps it alive. Back to Tuipulotu. Two and a half minutes to go. DeBellin in at first receiver. Pops the short ball up to Eisenhuth, who fires it back to Leilua. Leilua spills it, and now Manly break away. Straight up the middle goes Jason Saab, and Saab is wrangled in once again by Sloan. Sloan is doing a number on Saab today. He's kept him well in control. Inside the last 2 minutes, though, Manly go back on the attack. .40 out from the Dragons line, looking for more points in this game. Surprisingly, went exactly as I predicted it to. I'm a little bit scared. My pre-game predictions don't usually work out. A game very rarely goes exactly the way I predict it to go. As Cherry Evans puts the grubber kick in, it sits up in the end goal. Lomax watches it for as long as he can. Kohler dives in from behind to try and make a play at it. Lomax is just watching. Please bounce dead, he says. And Kohler gets a hand to it first, but over the dead ball line. Well, has it been tapped back by Lomax? Last touch anyway, I think, was off Kohler. Although Lomax's foot is in touch as he plays at that. This will be an interesting call. Lomax's foot is in touch over the dead ball line, so he might have just surrendered a goal line dropout here, Zach Lomax. And he has. The call is goal line dropout. As we see the screen on screen, Panthers warming up, Knights warming up. Oh, can I throw Bradman Best in my try scorer multi for the next game? Why am I asking permission? Of course I can. Yeah, let's put Bradman Best as a try scorer for Newcastle. Inside the last minute, Manly. Comfortable win here in the end, but they had to fight for it in that first 40 as the ball spills over the sideline. The tap-on play from Brooks, no good there. .35 seconds remain. The Dragons, can they bag a consolation try? For Manly, they just came good at the right times. Hunt holds the pass up and it's loose out the back again. Another mistake. And that will surely see us into full time. Oh, he's given a penalty. He's given a penalty to the Dragons. Oh yeah, sorry, James. You want the margin, don't you? Forgot about that. Anyway, Ben Hunt, a kick and hope. A high ball straight down the middle of the park, and look who is there. The 17-foot tall giraffe himself, Jason Saab. And that is the game. 30 points to 14. Manley with the victory. And we can now get ready for the next game. Panthers versus the Knights. I totally forgot you needed your points margin. That must have been some nervous times, especially with my tendency to unintentionally talk things into being. Michael Russell, no worries, mate. Panthers, Knights coming up. This stream will stay active. I'm just going to pop off and set up the scoreboard and everything for the next game. So, and hopefully I've got time. I'm pretty sure I've got time to throw a multi on for this one. Yes. All right. I'm going to go do that now. We'll be back. This stream will stay active. Knights, Panthers coming up in about 5 minutes. I'll give myself a countdown of about 5 minutes, I reckon. And I'll be back for Knights vs Panthers on the Wasted World of Sports.
world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! Welcome back for game 2 of this Sunday ticket. Knights versus the Panthers. The James, UFC, and AFBOCC. Welcome along. Collingwood came back from 54 down to defeat North Melbourne by 1. Well, there you go. Look, I don't even pretend to understand AFL. But that seems like a fairly big comeback. So, well played, Collingwood, I suppose. Bradman Best, Sonny Taruva, and Scott Sorensen. I was torn between Sorensen and Liam Martin. But Liam Martin's been a bit quiet on the try-scoring front this season, so they seem to be everywhere where they used to attack with Liam Martin, they seem to attack with Sorensen now, so I'm updating the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars field, James. So at the moment, in the short term, that's just a list of recent events. The most recent subscriber was Champion. And earlier today, a super chat from Rod. Subscriber. So, yeah, until I fix the field, the All-Stars field, and update it, then I've just got the recent events list there. Mel, party time, Broncos 9th. Yes, that's the thing. You would have thought that I would have been all over that one. Yes, that is something we do need to announce. With the Manley victory, the Broncos officially, temporarily at least, drop out of the top 8. And I've got to say, even though I didn't predict that the Broncos would be any premiership threat this season, I certainly didn't have them outside the 8 at any point. Apart from maybe the first few rounds, because I did think that they would take them about 5 or 6 rounds before they got their first win. Name the grand final teams. Well, this is exactly what we talked about on Generations earlier. And I went Penrith, Melbourne, and possibly Roosters. It'll be 2 of those 3. As the Panthers come out onto the field, looking very relaxed, looking very determined, looking like champions. Let's see, Wasted World of Sports tipping comp. I have extended my lead at the top. Oh, yes. Rod Eels went for the Dragons. Rod Eels went for the Dragons and has just gifted me some space on top of the table again. Oh, that's very relieving because they were closing in on me. Rod Eels and Bryce, they were nipping at my heels there. I've opened the lead back up again to 4. Excellent. Look at the turnout. Once again, Newcastle take a bow. There's a few empty seats around, but who knows? They could be off getting hot dogs. But one thing I will always say about the Knights, whether you go for them or not, an extremely passionate supporter base. There we go, that's better. I've got the right scoreboard on the screen. And we are underway. Wasted Water Sports, the final game of the round. Knights versus the Panthers. Let's go Bradman Best. Let's go Taruva. Let's go Sorensen. Anytime try scorers. Mel says Broncos versus Panthers, 5th of July. Should be interesting. Grand final rematch. We might have to get Michelle and the old Panther around for that one. I'll let them call the game. And I'll just sit back and have my drinks. Chime in whenever I feel the need. The Knights get through their first set. Hastings puts the kick away. Taken on the fall by To'o. To'o winds up. Takes on Gagai. And it's Panthers' ball. 20 out from their own line. Alamotti gains another 10. Luai in at dummy half. Edwards at first receiver. Shuffles it along to Taruva. Tungo up to halfway. Yo to Fisher Harris. This will be the 5th and last. Luai decides to have a run. Links up with Sorensen, who falls over his own feet. And they get a set restart here, the Panthers. Pressure on the Knights early. 20 out from the line. Leota on the inside. It almost opens up for him. They stay on the left. Schneider steps back infield, goes on his own. Summerton with the short pass off the hip to Sorensen. Fifth and last, it goes back to Luai. Dinks it in over the top for the kick chase. Tapped backwards by Martin and diving on the loose ball. I think that might be, let's see, who is that? Stand up, mate. Let me see your number. Adam Elliott got there. Richard Trainer says, Dan, is that not what you're doing now? Standing around and drinking? Yeah, but I'm talking. I obviously meant step back and let the Broncos and the Panthers supporters do the commentary. And I would just sit back and not speak. But here on my own today, I have to do all the talking. As the Knights get a penalty and they put it into touch, 30 out from their own line. Phoenix Crossland in a dummy half in the number 14. I'm just looking through the team sheets and there's a lot of replacements on the field. So there were obviously some serious team changes as we approached kickoff for this one. Because you've got Brad Schneider, the Panthers playing in number 6, but wearing the number 21. Now, Newcastle stretch it wide to the right, and Fletcher Sharp goes straight through, steps back on the inside, and Fletcher Sharp, whoever he is, has scored the first try, and Newcastle, out of nowhere, a great individual effort, sees them lead 4-0. Fletcher Sharp puts the step on. Nobody was prepared for it. A weak attempt to tackle there by Luai. And he stands up Dylan Edwards. That'll be a real test on Edwards' quads, though. Some fancy footwork. And that was just really poor from Jerome Luai. It all comes back to that. Alamotti sort of held back in the defensive line, expecting Luai to do a better job than that. That was just a lazy shirt grab. It was almost insulting the way that Luai went in for that. You can't even call it an attempt to tackle. It was almost insulting, almost as if, this guy's no threat. I'll just grab him. Oh, bugger. He's gone. Fletcher Sharp, eh? Newcastle, have they unearthed another fullback superstar? From right in front, Jackson Hastings to make it 6-0. A dream start for the home side. $6-0. The Knights are up early in this one. Richard Trainer says that he, being Fletcher Sharp, was paying to over $20 for the first try. I would imagine that that's pretty accurate. I don't think too many people would have had him in the try scoring sheets, let alone first try, as the Panthers get us back underway. Marju takes the hit up. $20 out from their own line. They start this set. Bradman Best. Keep an eye on him. He's got an Origin jersey to play for. Bradman Best. Saifidi with a big charge forward. Would not want to be in front of him. So the Knights go up to halfway. Good set of 6 this after points. A kick on tackle 3 or 4. In behind Dylan Edwards. Edwards into his in-goal. Watches it roll over the dead ball line. And a 7-tackle set here for the Panthers. That took a lot of courage there from Dylan Edwards to watch that ball just roll slowly but surely towards the dead ball line. To'o, we were talking about stats in the Generations vodcast earlier today. To'o very high up in the meters gained statistics. It's the Panthers over halfway. Fisher Harris takes tackle 4. 40 out from the Knights line. From dummy half goes Summerton. 5th and last. Luai on the short side. Puts it high. Into the corner. The kick chase is good. Oh, but Fletcher Sharp. Absolutely no nerves shown whatsoever to start this match. Young Fletcher Sharp doing his job and doing it well. Scoring tries, diffusing bombs. It's been a great start for the kid. Knights have the ball back. 5th and last. Still inside their own half. 40 out. Leo Thompson runs into a brick wall of Fisher, Harris, Leota, and Liam Martin. 3 of the worst players to run into individually, and he's picked them all out in a group tackle. From inside the 40, Hastings puts a big kick down. Edwards takes this one on the full and returns it. Beats the first tackle, Edwards. And the Panthers will start this set 25 out from their own try line. To'o wrapped up in a good tackle by Gagai, not giving him any room to move. Nothing to work with there. Alamotti takes it out to the 40. Taruva. The Panthers' backs get very heavily involved. Not afraid of hard work. As Moses Leota now takes tackle 5, 40 out from the Knights line. Luai in midfield puts it high for the corner. And planting himself under it is Tuala. And the Knights reload here. 10 out from their own line. Frizzell looks to get the arms free. Well wrapped up. Staying on the left-hand edge here, the Knights. 5th and last. Another big kick needed here, coming up. Through the hands, they run it, though, on the tackle 4. It's loose. Managing to secure the loose ball is Jack Cogger. 5th and last now. Hastings from just outside the 40. Puts it high out to Taruva's wing. Taruva takes it. And the Panthers winning the field position battle at the moment. Tungo gets it outside the 40. Edwards in at first receiver. Onto Luai. Across to To'o, who dummies and almost goes through. Edwards from dummy half picks up some valuable meters. Great little dart there for Edwards. Luai steps back into midfield, offloads to Yo. Out the back to Schneider. Schneider to Martin. Martin throws the pass straight into the turf. Taruva manages to recover. And Tungo is dumped 30 metres out. Schneider down the short side, puts it high. And again, Fletcher sharp. And now beats the first tackle sharp and the second. And he's wrapped up and put down by Schneider. He's playing well, though, this youngster. Is he on debut, Fletcher Sharp? Is this his first game? You'd think he'd been playing for years. Been an incredible performance from him in this opening 10 minutes. Brazil beats the first tackle. Takes it up towards the halfway line. Crossland appealing for a 6 more. Scooting out of first receiver is Jack Cogger. 5th and last for the Knights. Hastings puts it high. Edwards is under it. Safe as houses there, Dylan Edwards. And brings the ball back for the Panthers. For the Knights, you can't deny they've started well here. To'o changes direction. Puts the head down and almost burrows under the defence. Quick play the ball and now Taruva. And a penalty for an awkward tackle there. High contact on Taruva. And the Panthers, they needed that. Jerome Lua just looking a little bit flat today. Panthers find touch and start this set. On the attack, 40 metres out. Here is Luai. Inside ball to Liam Martin. That's the second. Yo charges forward. Isaiah Yo. Good run. Getting the Panthers on the front foot. Schneider. To Sorensen. Inside the 10. Chance here for the Panthers. Yo to Schneider. Dylan Edwards with the tap on to Taruva. They're up on him, though. Well defended for Newcastle. 5th and last. Tungo into dummy half. Schneider puts the kick up. Contestable. Tapped back. Falls into the hands of Sorensen. But I feel like he might have touched it and knocked on. 6 more, says the referee, and it's going up as a try for Scott Sorensen. But there'll be a fair bit to look at here. They're not getting too excited just yet. Sorensen went up to compete. Did he get hands on it there? Sorensen, well, it's potentially touched Sorensen on the way through. He didn't seem all that confident. He was just sort of looking up at the referee as that cheeky little look of, did I get away with that? Did I get away with that, sir? It's gone up as a try. I mean, I'm hoping it gets confirmed, obviously, because he's in my multi. I've got to say, though, that if this is awarded, and it looks like it's going to be, but if this is awarded, that is not how I imagined him scoring the try. When I put him in my try scorer multi, that is not at all how I imagined it playing out. As the try is confirmed, Scott Sorensen has scored, and we get a tick off the multi nice and early. 14.5 gone. Sorensen scores for the Panthers, and we're about to be all tied up. Alamotti doing the goal kicking for the Panthers, and it's 6 points all. And a tick off the multi nice and early. You always love that. How about that one? Scott Sorensen, nice and early. And we're all square. 14.5 minutes gone. 6 points all. The Knights with the restart. Dangerously close to the sideline as Taruva collects it. Let's see if that can spark the Panthers to life. That try. Summerson from dummy half. A couple of times he's had a run there, Summerton, but there hasn't quite been the space that he probably expects there to be. Luai on the short side. Has a little dance with the defensive line. Takes the fifth and last. 40 out. Schneider. High and contestable again, but Fletcher Sharp, the defense is there to greet him as soon as he takes it, but he's done well to take it in the first place. Fletcher Sharp. Remember that name. A very good start to the game for the young fella. Marju getting involved in the carries. Staying on the short side, Hastings out the back to Sharp, who dummies and goes through. Just brought down by the ankle. Oh, he's looking dangerous. Fifth and last for the Knights here on halfway. Hastings puts it high down the middle. Pressure on Edwards. Does well. Takes it. Beats the first tackle. Gets up and goes again. But how good is Fletcher Sharp looking? He'll be ripe for the poaching. I'm sure that opposition clubs are standing up and taking notice. We might see Fletcher Sharp in a Roosters jersey in a year or two. Leota takes tackle 4. Yo, on to Fisher Harris. To Sorensen, and the Panthers go up over halfway as Sorensen offloads back to Fisher Harris, and Luai now runs to the line, creates an overlap for To'o, and To'o takes tackle 5. 15 out from the line on that far edge. Here's Luai, goes on a run again, puts the grubber kick in, looking for the post. It spills out the back, and Fletcher Sharp dives on it as Liam Martin chases through and puts pressure on. Goal line dropout. Incoming here. Panthers just slowly but surely starting to click into gear here. A captain's challenge here from the Knights. This is an interesting one. Oh, they might be looking at the offsides here. Newcastle perhaps suspect that Liam Martin a touch offside. Challenge is unsuccessful. Well, they've completely burnt that one. That's their challenge gone. Nice and early. Goal line dropout it is. The Knights go short. It's straight down the throat of Isaiah Yeo, who's hit hard and spills it out the back. And Dylan Edwards is there to collect the loose ball. Panthers still on the attack. Martin inside the 10. Just to the right of the post. Where are the options? Summerton looks lost. Fires it over to Yeo in midfield. The inside ball to Fisher-Harris. That's the third. Summerton from dummy half. It almost opens up for him. He's still fighting. Centimetres short. Yeo in at dummy half. Out to Schneider. Edwards cutting back infield as Tungo. That's the fifth and last. Luai's out on the left. Runs it to the line. Out the back to Schneider. Cut out pass to Brian To'o. Hits him right on the chest and To'o scores. The Panthers lead 10-6 with the kick to come. And that was slick. That's the Panthers we know and love. Making that look a little too easy. Panthers back in the lead. Try confirmed. Well, there was never any doubt about that one. That was plain as day. Indeed, champion. Indeed. They had 3-on-2. Tuala had to make a decision, a judgment call. Do I jam in or do I stay out? He jammed in, took the risk. But the cutout pass was the option. Right onto the chest of a flying To'o. Alamotti from a couple of metres infield from the sideline. Moves in. Hits it well, but it's hooking off to the left. It's not been a good day for the goal kickers. And the Panthers lead 10 points to 6. Knights get us back underway. And it's gone too deep from the restart. Out on the full, over the dead ball line. Penalty on halfway. The Panthers well on top here now. They tap and go. That's an interesting call. Fisher-Harris takes the first hit up. Luai inside to Leota, charging forward. They're inside the 30 now, the Panthers. Lyrics, Ahoy mate. Yeo has a run on his own. Inside the 20 and 3 tackles here, the Panthers. Another opportunity. Fisher-Harris in midfield. No, champion Cleary is still out injured for a couple more weeks at least. Summerton to Schneider, holds the pass up for Alamotti. Alamotti spins in the tackle. He goes close. Fifth and last here for the Panthers. 10 out from the line. Schneider with the grubber kick in behind. It sits up for Hastings, but look at the Panthers jerseys there. He offloads in his own in goal, but there are just so many Panthers jerseys there. Everywhere. They raced up in a line, and Tuala's put down. Goal line dropout. Penrith have just gone up to that gear that very few teams are able to keep up with. It took them a while to get into this game. But now that they've arrived, the Knights struggling to keep up as Hastings goes short with the restart, tapped backwards by the Panthers. Schneider goes back to collect. They've lost some ground, but they've got the ball. That's the most important thing. 40 out from the line. Edwards in a dummy half. Fisher-Harris takes it back inside the 30. Yo to Leota. Leota steps. Some fancy footwork from the big man. And they're inside the 20 again, putting pressure on the Knights line. Schneider to Martin. Gets the arms free, offloads, and Summerton spills it. Luke Summerton spills the ball cold, and the Knights defend well. What a let-off there. The youngster gifting the Knights possession. Just sticking his arm out there, and he knows what a big mistake that is. "23 minutes gone in this first half. Panthers leading by 4. But Newcastle, once again, they've spent a lot of this half bringing the ball out of territory. Charging onto it, here is Leo Thompson. That's a good run. Trying to wrestle some momentum back for the home side. Elliott to Hastings. Hastings with the short pop pass up. Right onto the chest of Dylan Lucas. But the Panthers defend well. Fifth and last. 30 out here. Hastings. High down the middle of the ground. Edwards moves forward. Loses the ball behind him. Taruva swoops on it. It's called a knock on. The referee has called a knock on against Dylan Edwards. Captain's challenge. I thought it was lost backwards. Oh, maybe he has lost that forward. We need a better camera angle. Champion says, all I see in the crowd is red and blue. I was saying this at the top of the stream. Hey, Newcastle, credit to them. They've got a very passionate supporter base that always turns out in numbers and always decked out in their supporters' gear. Unsuccessful challenge here from the Panthers. And Dylan Edwards has knocked the ball on. Newcastle will have the scrum down, and both teams have burnt their challenge inside the first 40 minutes. Big opportunity. Hastings to Bradman Best. Best is wrapped up in a two-man tackle. 5 out from the line. Saiafidi straightens the attack. In front of the post here, 5 out. Knights tackle 2. Crossland to Hastings. Frizzell out there on the crash ball from Cogger. Panthers defense holds firm. 6 more tackles. Oh, they must score here, the Knights. 6 more tackles. Another set restart. Crossland out to Hastings, holds the pass up for Cogger. Cogger's wrapped up and driven backwards. Still on the attack though, Newcastle. Inside the 10. They go wide to the left. Crossland to Sharp. Here's Bradman Best. Goes on his own Best and then fires the pass a mile into the stands. Was it touched by a Panther? Yes, touched by Penrith. That's why I was going to say that offload has gone flying into the grandstand. And the touch from Isaac Tungo would do that. Goal line dropout. Sorensen limping in back play. He'll walk it off. He'll be right. Schneider goes short with the restart. Panthers get up for it, and it falls for Lindsay Smith. And Smith takes it for the Panthers. And now Somerton out of dummy half. Catching some lazy defenders. What a let-off here for the Panthers. Yo to Schneider. Martin straightens the attack. Hammers into Hastings. That's the fourth. Yo again. Out the back to Luai. Luai dummies. Almost gets through. Well tackled. Fifth and last. 30 out. Schneider high for the corner. Not a lot of distance on it. Tap back for the Panthers into the hands of Yo. Yo puts the grubber kick in that sits up for To'o. And To'o spills it. And Fletcher Sharp is there to collect the loose ball for the Knights. No, well, see, Dylan Edwards has just come back. This is his first game back from a quad injury, Richard Trainer. So I don't think you would put him straight back out there and straight off a quad injury with kicking duties as well. It would be a pretty big risk. So they just want to see how he goes today, get through this game, and then he could have kicking duties back again, perhaps. Penalty now for the Knights. High contact. And they can clear their lines and get back down on the attack. They're doing well to hold on, Newcastle. Panthers have thrown some attack at them. As Gagai takes tackle one over halfway. Good field position here for the Knights. Oh, well, you never know, Richard. He might score 3 tries. Maybe he'll get a hat trick for you. Tackle 3 now, Newcastle on the attack, 30 out. Crossland holds the pass up. And Brodie Jones takes it to within 20 of the Panthers line. Crossland again goes quick. Down the right-hand edge is Elliott. Links up with Cogger. Panthers defense reads it well. Fifth and last. Hastings in midfield. Crossfield kick. Looking for Bradman Best, who wins the leap to the ball and then fires it back in field, but he's been held, says the referee. Panthers defense holds firm once again. Dylan Edit Soccer, NRL Ahoy mate, who scored first try for the Knights. Fletcher Sharp, the fullback, as To'o bumps away from one. Takes 3 to bring him down. He's a little unit, Brian To'o. He's a little tank. "30 minutes gone in the first half. Luai now goes on a run to Sorensen. Out wide it goes. And Alamotti tries to get on the outside of Tuala, but Tuala wrangles him down. Luai to Edwards in midfield. Steps back, links up with Smith. Half a gap opens up. Fifth and last. Great meters here for the Panthers. Short side play they go. Luai grubbers into the end goal. Looking for it to sit up for the chasing Liam Henry. But they're able to get back and ground it. The Knights, it'll be another goal line dropout. The Panthers are just keeping the pressure up. But credit to the Knights, they keep repelling the attack. For the time being, at least. Knights go short with the restart again. Perfectly placed. Thumped backwards by the Panthers. Thumped backwards again. And Luai's there to collect the loose ball. Gets the offload away to Somerton. Looks for support. Just takes tackle one. 15 out in front of the post here, the Panthers. Yo, inside to Smith. Keeping it close to the post. Schneider. Back to Liam Henry. Trying to get themselves organised on attack here, the Panthers. Schneider. Out the back to Edwards. Edwards cuts back in field. Fends away from Best. Best comes back at him. Terrible play the ball, that. I think the referee feels sorry for him and let it go. Luai to Sorensen. Back to Alamotti. Alamotti's caught by the collar and thumped down by Dane Gagai on the 5th and last. Luai, crossfield kick. Looking for Liam Martin. And it's tapped dead by Hastings. Another goal line dropout incoming here. The pressure is just relentless from the reigning premiers. Something's got to give, surely. But anyway, going back to that last play, the ball from Dylan Edwards, it was an absolute shocker. You see those get pulled up all the time. Short restart, tapped back by the Panthers. And Liam Henry takes tackle one. Inside the 20 they go again. Yo puts the step on. Beats the first tackle. 10 metres out from the line now. The Knights holding firm for the time being. Luai. Dummies inside. Goes outside. Shows the ball and goes on his own. Luai. And scores the try. Jerome Luai with a one-man show there. 14 points to 10. The Panthers extend their lead. Fabulous piece of individual work there from Jerome Luai. There was nothing really on here. The Knights were numbered up. It was 3-on-3. Luai just shows the ball everywhere. And they hold off him. And hold off him at your own peril. (14-6) kick to come. Sweaty Dens says, do you drink beer? I much prefer a nice bourbon or rum. But if beer is all I have available to me, then I'll drink a beer. Jerome Luai, dummies once, twice, ghosts through the gap. Panthers on top. Alamotti with the conversion attempt. He's pushed this one horribly out to the right, and it stays there. And again, not a good day for the goal kickers, for whatever reason. And it remains 14 points to 6. The Panthers over the Knights. Newcastle with the restart. 5 minutes to go till the halftime break. Penrith well and truly on top. The Knights, they started well, Newcastle, and it was a fabulous try from Fletcher Sharp. But ever since then, it's pretty much been all Panthers. As they bring the ball back up towards halfway, Luai holds the pass up perfectly for Sorensen. And Sorensen almost goes through a gap. Edwards falls into contact there. 5th and last. Luai on the short side. They have a run here. Sorensen to Alamotti. Puts the kick in over the top and it sits up for Sharp. Fletcher Sharp, take a bow. I'm not sure if this is his debut, but if it is, it's been one of the better debut games I've seen. Marju brings it outside the 20 for the Knights. They've spent a majority of the first half, Newcastle, just bringing it out of territory as Crossland is picked up and dumped. Big tackle from the Panthers. Fifth and last. Hastings from inside the 40. Straight down the middle of the field. Taken on the full by To'o. And To'o puts some more meters onto his tally. Edwards onto Taruva. Good field position here for the Panthers. Tackle 3, and they're just about up to the halfway line. Edwards out the back to Luai, to Sorensen, who dummies and goes on his own. Another strong run from Sorensen. Smith goes straight into contact on the fifth and last. Kicking options left and right. They go short side to Luai. Luai has a run. Fends off one. It's still fifth and last. He's dancing around in midfield. Has a run, Luai. He was hoping for a 6 again. He can't believe it. Maybe he didn't realise it was the fifth and last. And the Knights hold on. Hastings in midfield onto Best. They've got to try something a little bit different at some point here, the Knights. They are just pinned down in their own half. I can't remember the last time that they had a tackle in Panthers territory. It's just been relentless attack. Hastings with the short ball. Dylan Lucas wrapped up. Crossland out at first receiver. Around the back is Cogger to Gagai. Gagai well taken down by Alamotti. And now To'o's in and they drive him towards the sideline. He throws it back in field and swooping on the loose ball is Scott Sorensen. Heads up play for the Panthers. Newcastle, they went to sleep there. And another opportunity right before the break for Penrith. Smith takes tackle 2. Inside the 30. Yo to Schneider. Inside goes Edwards. 20 out from the line. Yo again to Smith. To Sorensen, Alamotti, out to To'o. To'o ducks under the tackle. And he's a couple of meters short here, Brian To'o. They're up quickly on Luai. And space opens up for Lindsay Smith. Running off the hip of Jerome Luai. And a try assist for Luai. A try for Lindsay Smith. Panthers lead 18-6. And it's just all a little bit too clinical now for the Knights. They can't keep up. Panthers with some gift points going into the halftime break. They're just a little off the pace here, the Knights. Once the Panthers decided to lift to that level, they have just been completely unable to match them. And after a promising start, the Panthers take a very comfortable lead into the halftime break. Well, I mean, we're not there yet. There's still a few seconds left. I don't know that there's time for the kickoff. There goes the halftime siren. Alamotti with a chance to give the Panthers a 14-point buffer at the break. Makes no mistake, Alamotti and Penrith lead at halftime, 20 points to 6. One leg of the multi down, Scott Sorensen. Surely Taruva and Bradman Best get over in the second half. Surely. Oh well, we'll find out. Halftime here. Time for me to have a break. Time for the players to have a break for halftime. And we'll be back for the second half very, very soon on the Waste of Water Sports. All right, Wakes to World of Sports, welcome back. Halftime here, 20 points to 6. The Panthers at the end of that half doing an absolute number on the Knights. The James says Connor Watson is on the bench for New South Wales. Breaking news on Fox just then. And I think that is a fantastic decision. Connor Watson offers a lot of versatility. Versatility that was lacking in game 1. Richard Trainer says, thank you, Luai. Okay, now need Brian To'o, I'm assuming. Not Brain. Wasn't Brain's the dog from Inspector Gadget, right? Brian To'o to get one more, and you'll cash out, because Dylan's not going to get 10 points. No, I can't imagine that Dylan Edwards is going to be getting 10 points tonight without the goal-kicking duties, which he obviously doesn't have because of the quad injury. They are just nursing him back into the game. Oh, Pinky and the Brain as well, yes. Pinky and the Brain.
Try to take over the world.
Sorry. It's beautiful that I had that so handy, ready to go. Well, I still need Sonny Taruva and Bradman Best for my try scorer multi. Zastavelli, do I think Dylan Edwards will score 6 points? No, probably not. Probably not. You've got the thing about Dylan Edwards today that you've got to remember is it's his first game back from a quad injury. So he's going to be taking it pretty easy compared to how he normally plays. He's not doing any of the kicking. So I think 4 points at most for Edwards. They are just nursing him back into health. UFC, ahoy mate, did you just copy and paste that? Oh, Rod. Legendary. Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, Pinky and the Brain is brilliant. Loved it. But I also liked Inspector Gadget as well. It was funny because Little Dan... Cheers, by the way, Rod. Oh, yeah. Little Dan says one day... Oh, Inspector Gadget, he's... I love the show. It sounds like... He sounds like the Get Smart. Now, of course, knowing what I know now, Inspector Gadget was voiced by Don Adams. Didn't know that at the time, of course. The James says, my favourite cartoon was Gummy Bears. There was one, I think I might have talked about it before on the streams. How exhilarating is this game of rugby league, by the way, that this is what we're talking about at halftime. Our halftime conversations have nothing to do with the game. But yes, Rod, thank you very much there for Another super chat. Honestly, Rod and James and the Knee Crumbler and Defunk, I think it is, the regular super chatters. You guys are keeping me in business single-handedly, you lot. DuckTales, Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Good times, good times. You just don't get shows like that anymore. Just doesn't happen. Samurai Pizza Cats. I never actually watched that one, but I knew of it. Super Ted. We've definitely talked about Super Ted on the streams before. Definitely. Samurai Pizza Cats was awesome. Thundercats. Yeah, the Flintstones and the Jetsons, the classics, those ones. Always the classics. Oh, good God. Severe cramp in my left leg. Banana Man. Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember Banana Man and Roger Ramjet used to be on the ABC as in-betweens for other shows, if I remember correctly. As the teams are back out for the second half, the Panthers leading... God damn it. Leg cramp. Roger Ramjet's pill with steroids. As the Knights get us back underway here for the second half, it's a heavy kick again, dangerously close to the dead ball line. And Edwards tests out that quad. Gets back to take the ball. Yeah. Panthers 10 out from their own line. You would have to think that if they score first, the Panthers, it'll be game over from there. UFC, your mother threw a brick through the old childhood TV. Were you watching something you shouldn't have been? Oh, they've stood back and let it bounce here, the Knights. Luckily, it sits up for Fletcher Sharp. And they secure possession. It baffles me as to how so many players let those high balls bounce. Oh, Top Cat was great. I went through a huge Top Cat phase where that was probably my favourite. Crossland to Hastings. Through the hands they go. The Knights Sharp taken down just short of the halfway line. Fifth and last. Hastings puts it high into the corner. Edwards is there. Let's test out that quad. He puts a step on Edwards. That'll test it. I was talking about real monsters as well. I'm pretty sure that was on the stream the other night. Are Real Monsters, Rugrats, Cat Dog, The Wild Thornberries. Fifth and last for the Panthers, back inside Knights territory. Luai puts it high. Tuala's under it, but they're there to greet him as soon as he takes it. And Newcastle again starting a set inside their own 10. Gagai tries to fend away. Funny Bones, Astro Boy. The Nostalgia. We should just rename this the Nostalgia Channel. Maybe that's what I can do in the off-season. The off-season, I can do commentary on reruns of the old classics. It would be interesting, though, like, watching some of those shows now as an adult. Super Ted, for example, I did... my old housemate and I did a marathon of the old Super Ted episodes. And watching it back as adults, we're like, hang on, that was a joke for the adults, wasn't it? There's a little sexual innuendo in there that we obviously didn't get as kids, but watching it back as an adult, I'm like, hang on, that's a bit sus. And they do talk about how these children's shows do throw in the odd joke or two for the adults. It'd be interesting to rewatch some of them and start to pick up on some of the things like that have been thrown in. Tackle 4 here for the Panthers. 30 out from the Knights line. Yo, out to Luai. Good shape here to the left. Edwards to Alamotti, who cuts back in field. 10 out on the fifth and last. Edwards into dummy half to Luai for the crossfield kick. Liam Martin's up there and takes it, but then spills the ball. Taken out in the air, says the referee. A penalty right in front. Take the 2. Take the 2 here. Yes, arms all over Liam Martin there. They tap and go. Liam Henry. 10 metres out from the line. Smith back towards the posts. DJ Shaq, welcome back, mate. Schneider to Edwards. Cutting back in field is Tungo. Wrapped up, 10 out from the line on tackle 3. They stay on the left. Yo. Change of direction, though. Straightens. Isaiah Yo fights for the line. Centimetres short here on the 4th. From dummy half, over the line and held up. Trent Talau. Luai steps back in field here on the fifth and last. Puts the grubber kick into the end goal. It sits up for Sharp. Sharp looks up. There is a wall of Panthers defence to greet him. And much like the first half, it's a goal line dropout for the Knights. Just under the pump. Immense pressure. Unrelenting here for the Panthers. And you expect that this game will really open up towards the back end because all this defending, it's got to take its toll. Emmanuel Bendo, half-time between the Dragons and Manley, was Dragons 10, Manley 8. As the Knights go short with the restart and Bradman Best comes down with it. A result for the Knights at last. SS Storm fan, ahoy. UFC says if you watch SpongeBob on substances, you realize it's an Oh, what happened there? I thought they were about to fight. I thought the biff was going to go on there. I got distracted. Oh. And also, I'm such a big fan of Scooby-Doo that look at one of Illawarra's dog toys. One of the first toys I ever bought her as a pup was the Scooby-Doo. Well, they're just trying to ease him into the game, James. I can understand what they're doing, trying to lighten his workload. But yeah, he's definitely not going to threaten the line or take any of the kicks, that's for sure. He's not going to get those 10 points. Luai puts the kick in, pressure on Tuala at the back. He does well. He beats one, and this is one of the better kick returns the Knights have had all game. They finally start a set outside their own 10-metre line, but the Panthers' defence holds firm, keeping the pressure on. Bradman Best, I need him to score a try. Yeah, I think they've put him out only to give him some running time and some game time before Origin. I think that is the only reason they've put him out there. I probably would have held him back for another week. It feels like he's rushed back. And here he is under the high ball. I mean, he's certainly holding up all right, Edwards. But he's definitely not injecting himself with the same ferocity that he normally would. They're up quick here on Alamotti. And the Knights have just lifted a little bit. Will the Panthers respond? Taruva takes the fourth. A kick from inside the 40 from Talau. Sits up inside the 20 and Fletcher Sharp brings it back. Newcastle ball. Good kick from the young fella. I hope I'm saying his name correctly. Toelau. Tolau. Trent Tolau. Newcastle inside Panthers territory for the first time in a long time. Fifth and last. 35 out. Hastings with the high ball. Good kick chase. It lands and bounces for nobody. Alamotti goes back, collects it, but it's a penalty to the Panthers. Contested without the ball, says the referee. No challenges remaining for either side. Ten minutes gone in this second half. UFC, all you need now is Edwards and Panthers 13 plus. Do you actually, or are you just copying and pasting more of James's comments? Back inside Knights territory here, the Panthers. Liam Henry takes the fourth. Michelle, ahoy there. Schneider runs across field, links up with Edwards. Edwards, one of his best runs of the night there, Dylan Edwards, inside the 20. Fifth and last. Schneider puts it up. A little too heavy, that one, and Gagai takes it. A 7-tackle set for the Knights. The Panthers for one of the first times tonight. One of the only times, I should say. Just getting it wrong. Overcooking the kick. Seven tackle set for the Knights. State of Origin Game 2, June 26, eh? Yeah, I was going to message you that, Michelle, earlier, but I've run out of time in between the games. But yeah, he really didn't have a choice, did he? Can you imagine the blasting that Kevy would have got if he came out and said, "Oh, I thought it was all right"? No, he really left himself no choice. As the Knights go straight through a gaping hole and putting the foot down and running for the corner is Dylan Lucas, and Dylan Lucas scores. The Knights hit back. It just opened up for them there in midfield. The Panthers' first mistake. And the Knights get a 7 tackle set and make them pay. Manley won the last game quite comfortably in the end, but they had to fight for it. It opened up late, but yeah, Manley very comfortable in the end. Oh, this is a big try for Newcastle. 20 points to 10, the kick to come. They have been under the pump pretty much this whole game, apart from the first try. 5 minutes into young Fletcher Sharp, it's just been Panthers all day long, keeping them under the pump. The fact that they've held on, and then now, with a successful conversion, they'll only be 8 points away. They have got to start getting a little bit of belief, surely, out of that. Very rarely do the Panthers make mistakes like that. You've got to take advantage of them when they happen. On the rare occasion they do. And that's what the Knights have absolutely done here. Hastings puts this one on target. It holds its line, and it's 20 points to 12. Game well and truly on. SS Storm fan. The Knights, they've been impressive. The way they're just holding on here. The Knights are back in the contest, DJ Shack, indeed. Punishing the Panthers for a very rare mistake. Panthers get us back underway. SS Storm fan, you have Dylan Lucas as your anytime try scorer. Oh, wow. Well picked. I certainly didn't. Absolutely nowhere near mine. We've got a game on here, though. Frizzell runs back towards the middle of the field, offloads. Oh, nice. What sort of board games? I was saying, remember I was saying to Michelle the other night, we should play that NBA Jam board game on stream sometime. And we've also got a few other ones out there, sports related, that we could crack out. I mean, hell, we've got to find something to do in the off season, right? Panthers go back on the attack. Ah, House on the Hill. Nice. Cards Against Humanity. Oh, boy. Very good. Liam Martin rocked backwards in the tackle. I don't know. I've not actually played it, but I was at a friend's house when they were playing it. But I was a late arrival, so Yeah, they didn't. They obviously couldn't just jump me in midway through like that. Luai puts this kick high. Pressure on Tuala at the back. He does well and manages to swivel away from the first tackle. I could cover the US election. Oh, geez. Quick play the ball here for the Knights, and they earn themselves a penalty. The Panthers caught offside. There is just the sniff of a momentum swing here. The home side starting to lift. Errors creeping into the Panthers game. The touch finder will see the Knights start this set 35 out from the line on the attack. Frizzell bumps off one. 30 out from the line here, the Knights. Thompson, big leg drive, takes 3 to bring him down. They're inside the 20. Hastings out the back to Cogger. To Sharp, onto Gagai. Gagai puts the arm out, fends off one. Gagai's over the line. Has he got it down? Desperation in defence here from the Panthers. Dylan Edwards is in there. He's got his injured quad under the ball, I think. Dylan Edwards might have just saved this try with his injured leg. Yes, he has. They have done extremely well here to hold Gagai up. No try. That is as close as it could possibly get, though. A kick on tackle 3. Edwards caught slightly out of position, and it sets up for Bradman Best. Bradman Best has scored. Dylan Edwards didn't have the pace to get across and cover that off. And Bradman Best gets the try. It's another tick off the multi. Here come the Knights. They are just a completely different beast at home, aren't they? And boy, do they get a lot of home Sunday games. And I can understand why, too, by the way. I mean, look at the turnout. They turn out in droves each and every week for the Newcastle Knights. Try confirmed. Dylan Edwards just caught napping a little bit there. And a perfectly executed kick in over the top. Sits up nicely for Bradman Best. All right, this multi is on. This 3-legger is on. Taruva was slow to react there as well. Tungo was lazy. Bradman Best firing up the crowd. They are back into this in a huge way. Hastings strikes it well. Plays it to the wind perfectly. It's 20 points to 18. The Panthers leading the Knights only just. What a game. Yeah, I mean, we knew he wasn't 100% going in, but honestly, his output tonight suggests that he is a long way off being ready to be back. And this could be a failed experiment from Coach Cleary. Quite honestly, it would have been his call. Now from the kickoff, they've released Bradman Best. He needs to draw in Edwards. He runs rings around him. And Tungo comes back and brings him down from behind. From the kickoff, the Knights take tackle 1, 25 out. Front foot ball. Cogger steps back in field. The Panthers are under the pump here, approaching the last quarter of this game. Slow play the ball. Hastings inside to Adam Elliott, wrapped up and put down. That's the third. 20 minutes to go. Hastings again. Out the back to Sharp. Sharp steps in field. That's the fourth. Inside the 10 though. A line break from the kickoff. You don't see that very often. Running off the hip is Leo Thompson. Still going Thompson. Fifth and last, a metre out from the line. The little grubber kick in behind is tapped down by Talau. I think. No, 18. Somerton. Somerton's back on. And the Panthers hold on. Only just. An offload to Edwards. Edwards picks up another 10 metres. That was like a Rugby League Live 4 play, that one. Yo, up over halfway. Fifth and last. Panthers just need to settle play down here. Luai puts it high to the corner. Tuala under it. Loses the ball forward. Tuala manages to gather it in on the second attempt. Dangerous there for the Knights. But Tuala does well to pull that ball back in when all looked lost. Tackle 4 now for the Knights. 30 out from their own line. Saifidi takes a good hit up. Hastings from just outside the 40. Gets good purchase on that. Edwards is under it though. And will return it out to the Panthers 30. Still going Edwards. He breaks through one. But look at that. He didn't have the acceleration that he normally does. Edwards would have been away right there if he were at 100%. 6 more tackles now for the Panthers. They can go back on the attack. Have they had their scare and been woken up now, the Panthers? Let's find out. Fisher Harris on his back for tackle 3. Yo in at first receiver to Schneider. Martin cuts back in field. Takes the 4th. Yo runs on his own. Isaiah Yo. 5th and last. 10 out from the line. Luai. Crossfield kick. Perfectly positioned. Bradman Best is up for it and takes it well. And the Knights have it half a metre out from their own line. Well done, Bradman Best. The New South Wales Blues starting centre for game 2. Jackson Hastings' father played for the Roosters back in the 70s. Says Richard Trainer in with the trivia. Slow set here for the Knights. Now they release it wide to the right. Gagai can't skip on the outside of Alamotti. 5th and last. Cogger from outside the 40 puts the kick in. Taken on the full by Taruva. Taruva brings it back to the 30. 16 minutes to go. Panthers leading by 2. Edwards. Not a lot of impact on that run there, Dylan Edwards. Back in tonight's territory. Leota puts the head down and goes straight through. Moses Leota, one to beat, steps back in field, offloads to Dylan Edwards, and Dylan Edwards scores under the post. Out of absolutely nowhere, we've just been talking him down. Well, not really talking him down, but not even close to 100%. Dylan Edwards ranging up on the inside in support, scores under the sticks. Put that down to Moses Leota, though. Beats one, steps back in field. The offload to Edwards. Panthers extend their lead. Defunk, you had money on Edwards anytime. Well, there you go. It's taken a while, but he's pulled it off. The James come on the 13 plus. Ford Rawiri. When did NRL start? What, you mean today, or when did it first start ever? Alamotti from right in front. Puts it over, and the Panthers, they lead by 26 points to 18. Creating that little bit of a buffer again. DJ Shack says Edwards must have been listening and says, my 80% is better than your 150%. Yeah, well, Dylan Edwards, my drinking game at 80% is better than your 150%, sir. Panthers let the ball bounce from the restart. But they come away with it. 13 minutes to go. Fisher Harris, sloppy play of the ball. Got his feet mixed up. Taruva's been extremely quiet tonight. Chris? Taruva has been very, very quiet tonight indeed. Fifth and last, Schneider from halfway puts it in over the top of Marju. Marju goes back to collect it, beats the first tackle, and then is wrapped up by Isaac Tungo. 10 out from their own line here, the Knights. 13 minutes to go. Only 8 points the difference. Through the hands now, Cogger straightens. Wrapped up by Luai and Somerton. Loose out the back, but the Knights secure it. Fifth and last, just short of the halfway line. I'm happy with that, James. More than happy with that. Let's get it done. To'o under the high ball. From a flat-footed start, he still manages to break through the first tackle and steal an extra 10 metres. Zastavelli, all you need is 2 more points from Dill and a big bag of money. Well, let's see. They go wide out to the right, and there's Tungo. I'm really suspecting that Taruva's not at 100% either tonight. Well, here he is, and he's caught high there, Taruva. No penalty. Play on, says the referee. Tackle 4. Edwards in at first receiver. To Yo. Out the back to Luai. Inside ball for Alamotti. Alamotti with big leg drive. Takes the fifth and last. 25 out. Schneider Slightly off the side of the boot, but it's still contestable. And Isaac Tungo loses it forward. Fletcher Sharp has it for the Knights. And again, they will start a set from inside their own 10-metre line, the Knights. They have certainly done it the hard way tonight, Newcastle. They've been made to do it the hard way. The fact that they are in touching distance, credit to them, is what I say. Hastings, out the back to Lucas. Threatening to open up that left-hand edge again. Leo Thompson, straight through the middle, well brought down by Tungo. Desperation tackle. Front foot ball and quick ball here for the Knights. Hastings pops the pass back to Sharp. Sharp beats one. Caught on the halfway line. Offloads back to Hastings, and Hastings is lined up by Taruva. Fifth and last on halfway here. Cogger forced to do the kicking. Straight down the throat of To'o. To'o runs across field. Brings it back to the 30. Edwards bumps away from the first tackle attempt, gets up to halfway. Nice little run. And again, he's down on his haunches. Fisher Harris, inside the last 10 minutes now of this contest. Luai, stepping, weaving, takes tackle 4, 20 metres out from the line. Yo, out the back to Schneider, inside ball to Liam Henry, and Liam Henry goes within 10 on the 5th and last. Schneider to Luai. Racing up on Luai is Gagai. He gets the ball to Alamotti. Now out to To'o. It's still 5th and last. Back to Schneider. Schneider goes to Lau. And that's a nice crossfield kick. Let's tap back. It's play on. And here's Taruva. It's still the 5th and last. Taruva kicks in over the top. Crossland taps it dead. It was a mess, but they got the result in the end, the Panthers. Another goal line dropout. How many goal line dropouts have the Knights been forced to produce tonight? And the high tackle on Taruva, the one that I called that wasn't given as a penalty, that player is now on report, Dylan Lucas. Got away with it at the time, but he's now been put on report. Knights go short with the restart. Taruva dives on the loose ball and the Panthers have it. 8.5 minutes to go, 20 out from the line. Looking to put this game perhaps beyond doubt with another converted try. Yo, to Luai. On the inside run is Sorensen. Pops it back to Tuala. Through the hands they go, and Taruva steps back in field, and he's caught 5 out from the line. Oh, we thought he was in there, Taruva. A few tackles left. To Lau. To Luai. Edwards in the line. Alamotti out to To'o. To'o's caught close to the sideline. Throws it back in field to Alamotti. And now Edwards receives the offload. Backs over the line. He's held short for tackle 4. Luai. The short pass right onto the chest of Fisher Harris is called forward. It's still game on. Fisher Harris was in under the post, but it's called forward. Newcastle hanging on by a thread here. Forgot to switch my microphone back on. Big mistake here from Bradman Best. With 6 minutes to go, the Knights had some tackles up their sleeve as they approached halfway, and Bradman Best spills the ball. Panthers will have it back with a scrum down. 40 out from the line. They're running out of time now, the Knights. Panthers go left side. To'o takes the first hit up. Yo to Leota. Five minutes remaining. Panthers by 8. Fisher Harris denied a try just before from a forward pass. Schneider puts the step on the quick defensive line of Phoenix Crossland. Can't get through. Yo gets the offload back. Luai's got it now. Dances around in front of the post, Luai. Waiting for something to open up. Newcastle hold off him. He passes back to Schneider. Schneider dummies. And is wrapped up on the 5th and last now. Still 10 out from the line. Luai puts the grubber kick in. Fletcher Sharp does well. No, he doesn't. He's lost the ball, Fletcher Sharp. He was well positioned, but he couldn't gather it in. Panthers will keep the attack on, and I would say that the game's gone now. Well and truly gone now. They're out of time, the Knights. They've been very valiant. But the Panthers just too good when it counted. 4 minutes left on the clock. They need another try here for James. Oh, they need a converted try too, don't they? It has to be converted, right? 13 plus. Alamotti tries to barge over. Half a metre short. Fisher Harris just to the right of the post. Backs into the defence. Tackle 2. Luai to Edwards. Edwards very slow in stopping his own momentum there and changing direction. Just pointing out the fact that he's not 100% coming into this game. Edwards. Yo in midfield, runs across the face of the defence to Schneider, and Isaac Tungo spills the ball cold, and Bradman Best picks it up and races away. He's brought down, 30 out. That could be it there. That could be the bet gone, James. Oh, that is painful because they had the numbers, and it was on Taruva's edge as well, so that's painful for me as well. We just need Taruva. Honestly, how many goddamn multis this weekend have I missed by one leg? So painful. Just one leg. Gagai gets up, goes again, releases the ball. Cogger throws it to nobody, but it bounces up for Best. And the Knights straighten the attack back up to halfway in midfield. Hastings, inside ball to Hetherington. 2 minutes remaining. Thompson to Saifidi. Saifidi's wrapped up. 5th and last. Newcastle, 30 out from the line. Cogger puts it high for the corner. Not a lot of distance on it. Has it been lost forward by the Panthers? No. Play on, says the referee. And Edwards will come away with it. They'll get another crack here, the Panthers. Another shot. Inside the last 2 minutes. Here's Taruva. He's been well maintained tonight. Sonny Taruva. It's difficult with the Panthers because they've got threats on both edge. So every single game that they play, I'm like, do I put Taruva in the multi or do I put To'o in the multi? And you can rest assured, whichever one I pick, the other one will have an absolute blinder and have a day out. Happens all the time. Luai will kick on tackle 4. Tuala takes it, and that could be it. That could be it. 1 minute to go. Newcastle with the ball. A full set of 6 incoming. They need to make a mistake here. Gagai wrapped up. We all need a mistake for our multis. All of us. Busting through and getting the offload to Sharp. The Knights with front foot ball. Crossland takes it up over halfway. 30 seconds left. Thompson in midfield. Throws a huge cutout pass over to Tuala, but they're well marked up on him there, the Panthers. 5th and last. Cogger puts the kick up. Again, not a lot of distance. Edwards moves forward and takes it. 5 seconds left. 1 play remaining. We're not even going to get up and play the ball. Oh, that's painful. The Panthers have won 26 points to 18. But they cared not for our multi at the end there. This game has been an absolute stinker for all our multis. All our respective multis have fallen just short. Wow. Oh, well. What can you do, James, right? You win some, you lose some. That's the way it goes. We know that going in. And a big weekend of footy action comes to an end. It's been an entertaining one. We've done Super Rugby Pacific semi-finals. We've done the regular NRL. New South Wales team announcement coming up. A great weekend of footy action. Bring on next week, I say. So there's going to be, here on the Wasted World of Sports, there's going to be the Super Rugby Pacific final between the Blues and the Chiefs. Okay, so that's on Saturday. That'll be on Saturday, that one. Blues and Chiefs. Saturday, 5 o'clock. I think. I'm just confirming that. Saturday. I think it's Saturday, 5:30 kickoff. Oh, no, 5:05. Okay, so it is 5 o'clock. Saturday, 5 o'clock. All right, so that means what NRL game am I missing out on? Roosters, Bulldogs. Damn, Roosters, Bulldogs might be a cracking game as well. Oh, well, Wasted World of Sports, as always, on Sunday afternoons. I am absolutely ruined. So there won't be too much of a post-game. I apologise. But yep, we'll be back next week. Super Rugby Pacific Final. And, of course, the regular NRL action. Thank you so much for your company, as always, on this one. I will keep it short and sweet, because, yeah, my voice is on the way out for the day. It's been a big weekend of calling. And, yes, we'll catch you guys on Thursday night. Thursday night should be the first one. Who's playing? Thursday night. Oh, there's nothing on this Thursday. Okay. So Friday night footy, Dolphins versus Storm. That'll be the first one this week. Dolphins, Storm. Friday night. Thank you so much. Appreciate your company as always. And until next time, cheers. One last shot for the boys and girls and non-binary or whatever it is. Cheers. Catch you guys next time.